All right. All right. Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 9:53 p.m. And of course, today's date is the 26th of April 2025. How are we doing? Of course, we were live last night and we're back tonight for another episode. Of course, we also know that the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, attended Pope Francis' funeral today. And of course, he met with, well, not of course, surprisingly, he met with the president of Ukraine, Zelensky. And the picture has gone viral because, of course, they met at a time whereby the Pope passed away and they both were present at his funeral. So attending a meeting or having a meeting when you're expected to sort of kind of like be in a state where you're reminiscing on the good a pope has done for, all of these years, or just, in a Christian light to forgive and forget and just let peace reign because we know how they both were clashing when Zelensky came to the United States in the Oval Office. So I was so glad that they both came together to have that conversation during the Pope's or before the Pope's funeral. So that right there is actually inspiring, encouraging, and hopefully Zelensky can sign the rare earth deal, and hopefully Trump can figure out how to end this unnecessary killing and war in Ukraine and Russia. But the United States is the number one priority. That's for sure. The United States is the number one priority, nothing else. All right, with that being said, we're going to start with OG talking about he doesn't ask for credit. But of course, CNN is saying Trump doesn't ask for credit despite his long history. We don't know. Check this out.
What Trump said to Time magazine, he doesn't want a lot of credit for, I guess, all the great things that he has done, but he has asked for quite a lot of credit in the past. Listen.
We beat him on legislative approvals, for which I get no credit.
This administration does a tremendous job, and we don't get credit for it. We had a tremendous victory. We were given no credit. We had this tremendous victory. We get no credit at all. We put a brand new wall up. They give me no credit.
We've done a great job. The press won't give us credit for it.
We never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess.
Have you said thank you once?
This entire meeting?
No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today,
you just say thank you.
I said a lot of times
that they're
thank you to American people.
You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards.
I think that last one is particularly amusing because they're asking for credit for opposing aid to Ukraine, which kind of doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But anyway, neither here nor there.
I think saying that Donald Trump doesn't like getting credit is like saying Kevin O'Leary doesn't like royalty deals. The reality is this is a president who craves off attention and credit for everything that he does. A couple things that weren't mentioned in that segment is that he wanted more credit for John McCain's funeral. He wanted more credit for making Juneteenth famous. There is nothing that this man doesn't want credit
Guys,
for.
has there ever been an American president that didn't want credit for everything
then
that
why is he
happened?
denying that he wants credit?
Every single president wants credit for the good things that happen. And a number of good things have happened when he was president the first time and when he's president right now. And he does deserve some credit for it. And he is constantly harangued and I think treated unfairly. And I think some of these issues that we're talking about tonight, whether it's the immigration case or whether it's cutting of the trade deals, he does deserve a little bit of credit for standing up to China and other issues. And so I think he's got a point.
I just
don't
wonder
think he's
if
getting
there's
some of
ever
the
a
credit he
time when
deserves.
you think Trump is being treated fairly.
Do I think
Is
he's
there?
being? What do you mean?
Like you said, he's constantly being treated unfairly. Is he ever being treated fairly? Can you think of an example?
I mean, I treat him pretty fairly. I don't know about the rest of you guys.
I don't think constant praise counts, Scott. All right, last word.
Well, I mean, I will just say that as someone who says that he doesn't want credit, he is someone who watches television all day, every day, and is constantly any sort of criticism that comes his way. He attacks, whether it's the reporter, he attacks CNN all the time. He attacks everybody. He believes that he is always being treated unfairly, probably more than any other president.
No, every president believes that.
No. Trump is actually really treated differently, for sure. All right. Of course, Zelensky and President Trump met today during Pope Francis' funeral, before Pope Francis' funeral. All right, here we go.
Welcome back, everybody. 16 minutes after the hour now, President Trump met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky this morning ahead of Pope Francis' funeral. Zelensky took to X to thank the president for the meeting after the two talked about creating a lasting peace and an unconditional ceasefire. However, this comes as the Kremlin continues to strike civilian areas in Ukraine, all but ignoring the president's calls to stop it. And now Mr. Trump is calling out Mr. Putin on Truth Social, accusing the Russian leader of not wanting to end the war and just tapping him along. The president also blasting the Obama and Biden administrations for letting Russia seize Crimea and for failing to bring peace in the meantime. However, some members of the Obama White House don't want to admit that this is their fault.
You were Secretary of State when Russia annexed Crimea. And I want to ask
when
you...
they stated
they stated, yeah.
We did not allow them to annex it.
Right.
And we stood up against it and called it against international law. Yeah, they said it. But that doesn't, under international law, that does not make it theirs.
Oh, it does not make it theirs, but they still took it, and you didn't take it back, and you didn't apply enough pressure to affect a change, and that's why it's still obviously Russian territory. Molly, first to you. President Zelensky is saying, I'm thankful we had a chance to chat. Will this make a difference? That picture's iconic, by the way.
It is. It is fascinating. When you think about where we were, what was it, a little more than 50 days ago at the White House and the big explosion that happened there, and this intimate conversation taking part on this, enormously historic, eventful day in the, St. Peter's Basilica, eye to eye. What a difference this could make. This was a quote from Sky News. Professor Father Francisco Giordano told Sky News the meeting is being called Pope Francis's miracle by members of the clergy there. So there is a lot of hope being placed on the interaction, this fresh interaction between these two men. And the president also now expressing some frustration, I would say mildly, with Putin. So this could be a major turning point.
Nita.
Yeah, that was, it looked to be a candid photo, too. So amazing, right? I just want to give a shout out to Chris Jansing from MSNBC. I think that was Chris Jansing asking the question to the former Secretary of State, Kerry. Good job, Chris. Way to ask a tough question. We criticize MSNBC a lot, but she really tried to put a tough question to him, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, Chris is a pro's pro.
Yeah.
I had a good chance to work with her for a long time over at NBC, and I'll say this about Chris Jansing. Like her or don't like her, she is an honest broker. And you can see that in that question right there, which I really appreciated as well. Jason, let me ask you about the canals. This is an interesting story, too. The president not just focused on Ukraine, a lot of people talking about that. He's also trying to expand America's influence at both the Panama and Suez canals. Posting on Truth Social just about an hour ago, quote, American ships, both military and commercial, should be allowed to travel free of charge through the Panama and Suez canals. I'm not surprised at this ask. Are you surprised?
No, look, Donald Trump's approach is, look, we bring the strength, we bring the Army, we bring the Navy, we bring the Air Force, we bring all the resources to the table so that commerce can travel, so that our military ships can travel there. So why should we have limited access? If you're going to provide and open up those waterways and make sure that the world is able to trade and move freely, then we should get the free access to the base. You and I were talking about this ahead of time. Yeah. If you're the police, you're going to get some access there. You're not going to pay some toll along the way. There's no way that Donald Trump wants to pay that money. And he's right. And by the way, let's make sure we all understand. It was under President Bush where Russia came in and took 25% of Georgia. It was under President Obama they came in and took Crimea. It was under President Biden. Guess what the common denominator is? It didn't happen under Donald Trump. because they knew he meant business and he wouldn't let it happen. So I think Donald Trump is doing an incredible job of bringing these parties together and saying, all right, will you both quit it? Let's end this and stop the killing, because it's getting worse, not better. And we can solve this, but it's going to take the strength of a President Trump to actually get it done.
I'm going to ask you all a yes/no question, maybe a comment. Does this get resolved this year? Yay or nay? Talking about Russia and Ukraine, does it get resolved?
Yes.
Molly? A little Boston skepticism.
Oh,
right there.
yeah. I think it's an incredibly difficult situation, and it's already been really more than the 3 years. It's been going back well beyond that to the 8 years before that. So.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to be hard to end this war between Russia and Ukraine, that's for sure. But hopefully Trump can get it done.
I don't know that history can resolve it swiftly.
Yeah, I sense a frustration by President Trump, and I think that frustration will lead to more ramifications for each side that they don't want to see. And I think Donald Trump will end it and will happen before the end of the year. I think it'll happen before the fall.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you, Jason.
Yeah, I think it'll happen too. But I think it's going to take a while to push Zelensky over the edge to make this deal. Because, listen, you're talking about losing part of your country. And nobody wants to see that. It would be like if they said, oh, well, we can end it if you let us take part of Florida. You know, no, we're not. So this is going to take a while, but I suspect you're right. This will probably end this year. Still ahead, president in a major blue city, residents that is, trying to stop a homeless shelter from being built.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
A lot is going on right now. Some judges are also being arrested for harboring some gang members, illegal migrants, some also TDA gang members. But we're gonna see more news on Zelensky and Trump here on CNN.
Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky had a meeting before the funeral began this morning. We have some brand new photos from that encounter that are showing them to you on the left-hand side of your screen. They are really startling images. The White House describes the meeting as, quote, a very productive discussion. We don't know many details about actually what the tone and tenor of it was. Another photo shows Trump and Zelensky speaking with France's President Emmanuel Macron, as well as the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Zelensky had previously expressed he would be willing to meet with President Trump when both leaders would be in Italy. However, President Trump would not share with reporters if he planned to do so. This morning's meeting is the first time the two leaders have come face-to-face since that February Oval Office meeting where Trump berated Zelensky for not demonstrating enough gratitude for American support in their Ukraine war. But, Clarissa, I mean, these images are extraordinary.
Sitting on these chairs in the Basilica, and what a fitting tribute to the legacy of Pope Francis, who was so passionate about peace, about ending conflict, given the fractious nature of the relationship between President Trump and President Zelensky over the course of the last few months.
Exactly. This is how you know that President Trump actually wants peace. He's here for the funeral of Pope Francis, but he takes out the time to sit down with Zelensky and have a peace talk. And he's already blasting Vladimir Putin, saying, you really want to continue the war. We're not going to have this, okay? There should be no reason why you're bombing civilians and innocent individuals in Ukraine, okay? So you can tell Trump actually wants this war to end, and he's doing everything he can, even at a funeral, to meet up with Zelensky and have this peace talks. I'm actually proud of Trump because, Trump is someone who really doesn't forget stuff and is really hard to forgive. But him meeting with Zelensky here shows how deeply he cares for our ally, which is Ukraine, and also the fact that he's meeting Zelensky during this time of the passing of Pope Francis. That speaks volume, and it just means this man has common sense. Okay?
to see them sitting there together.
Kevin Lipac, to you. We knew that there was this opportunity for conversations on the sidelines between President Trump and President Zelensky. What do we know about this meeting?
Well, the White House is calling it very productive. It lasted about 15 minutes, and it was quite a remarkable scene there. You see the two men sort of perched on their chairs inside St. Peter's Basilica, appearing quite deep in conversation. You know, these are two men who have made no secret their distrust, even their dislike of each other. You know, President Trump just said within the past week that he was not a fan, his quote, of President Zelensky. And this meeting comes 57 days after that explosive Oval Office meeting that resulted essentially in Trump evicting Zelensky and his delegation from the White House. This meeting did not appear quite as contentious, but it certainly did come at quite a critical moment as President Trump grows more and more frustrated that he is unable to bring the conflict between Russia and Ukraine to an end. The United States has proposed a peace plan that would essentially give Russia some of the territory that it has gained during this war, and also include American recognition of the Crimean Peninsula, which Russia illegally annexed in 2014. Zelensky has said that that's not something he can sign off on, and that is part of what has led to this great amount of contention between the two men. And so certainly, as they sat there inside St. Peter's Basilica, this is something that they will have wanted to discuss. Now, both sides are sort of keeping the precise details of this meeting under wraps, but we did hear from Zelensky as he was departing. Listen to how he framed this meeting.
Mr. President, how did the meeting with Trump go?
Really, we had a productive meeting. I don't want to go to a lot of details, if it's possible, because the questions, very sensitive questions on, of course, totally it's about how to bring peace closer and how was resultative, positive Paris and London, and we want to continue such meetings to bring peace to Ukraine.
Now, Trump is now flying back from Rome here to New Jersey, where I am. As he's flying back, he did post something very interesting on Truth Social when it comes to the Russia conflict. He says that there was no reason for Putin to be shooting missiles into civilian areas, cities, and towns over the last few days. And you'll remember Russia bombarded Kyiv just last week, its worst attack in 9 months. Trump says it makes me think that maybe he doesn't want to stop the war. He's just tapping me along, and it has to be dealt with differently through banking or secondary sanctions. So quite a shift in tone from the president there. You know, I asked him on Thursday whether he still believed that Putin wanted peace. He said that he believed both sides were interested in peace here, but now the president, after his meeting with Zelensky, taking a somewhat different view, Victor.
Keir Starmer, who we saw there, the Prime Minister of the UK, has long been saying that Putin has been dragging this out. Kevin Lipac for us there, traveling with the president. Thank you. With me now from Rome to discuss today's gathering, CNN political and national security analyst David Sanger. David, hello to you. And I want to start here with this conversation between the two men, because, of course, President Trump went as one of the duties of the office of president, but the opportunity for progress on not just the talks with Russia and Ukraine, but also probably tariffs and other leaders as well. What do you make of the decision and this remarkable photo that I'm sure we're going to be looking at for years of the two sitting down in the Basilica and taking these few minutes to talk?
Well, it was remarkable. First, for the place. I mean, St. Paul's Basilica is not usually the place for diplomatic negotiations, though perhaps this Pope, given his interest in the Ukraine war, would have applauded that. The second thing that was remarkable about it is the intensity of their conversation, especially given, as you said before, Victor, what a disaster the last one was, which basically ended with Mr. Zelensky being escorted from the White House without the lunch they were going to do, without signing the minerals and investment agreement that they were going to sign that day. And the relationship since has improved slightly, but not much. What was at issue here, we believe, although we haven't gotten many readouts on the discussion, a little more from Mr. Zelensky than we've gotten from the White House, is that there are two competing proposals now about how to approach the end of the war. One by the United States, which was pretty generous to the Russians, would acknowledge the land they've taken and so forth, and would have the U.S. recognizing Crimea as part of Ukraine, and one by the Ukrainians that would be quite different and would include Russian reparations to Ukraine.
I wonder what you make of the applause that we heard there at St. Peter's Square when the crowd assembled saw President Zelensky there. And I was watching that live as it happened. We didn't hear the applause for other world leaders. We didn't hear it for President Trump. But, of course, they are in Europe. But hearing that applause for Zelensky.
Yeah, it's a reminder that this is the kind of applause Zelensky used to get in Washington. Remember when he came for the first time, addressed a joint session of Congress, the Republicans and the Democrats applauded him and talked about him as sort of a Churchill in a T-shirt. He still has that image here. And even though Prime Minister Meloni of Italy is in agreement on many issues with President Trump, she is a big supporter of Ukraine and providing continued aid to them. So it just underscored the difference between the Trump administration and the Europeans about how to go forward with this, with the Europeans saying basically Russia should not be rewarded for invading another country, and President Trump approaching it as if it's a question of real estate division here now. And in fact, not even acknowledging that Russia was responsible for the invasion itself.
Yeah, and his patience, at least, seems to be running low. David,
That's
one
right.
more here on the Pope himself. There are few events like a papal funeral that bring together monarchs and heads of state and, the leaders, the political leaders that we've seen. He is not just a religious figure, but also in many ways a political figure. What's the influence of a pope, especially this one?
Well, popes have always been political figures, back many a century, and we forget that. But he was not only a unifying one, but a pope, but had a deep sense of values about how one treats the poor, how one treats the homeless. You've been having testaments to that, and you heard them in the funeral service all morning. And it's interesting at this particular moment in American history, where the government seems to have turned on many of those values, not all of them, but some of them, or said it is not up for the government to be paying for this or solving this problem. And so it's really a moment of contrast out there. And I think one of the other big moments here is that because it has brought so many leaders together, there was really an opportunity for President Trump to go do some diplomacy on the side once the ceremony was over. Of course, as he himself noted, it wouldn't be seemly to be doing it during this, but he left right away. He just headed right back to his airplane.
Yeah, the Pope spoke often about migration, and that, of course, during the 2016 campaign was one of the sticking points between Pope Francis and then candidate Trump. David Sanger of the New York Times, always good to have you. Thank you.
I'm so glad that President Trump actually met with Zelensky. Hopefully we can find some sort of solution to this unnecessary war in Ukraine and Russia.
For more on the peace talks, here with me is Hudson Institute Senior Fellow Rebecca Heinrich and former Obama campaign foreign policy advisor and former State Department official David Tafuri. Well, Rebecca, that was a major tweet from the president right there. This is really the most we've seen him call out Russian President Vladimir Putin and threaten him with sanction actions thus far, right?
That's right. But you remember, he never took any of this off the table. So for those who got really pessimistic, it looked like, the president was going to be really, really tough on the Ukrainians to pressure them to want peace. Look, the Ukrainians, it worked. Ukrainians, they want a ceasefire, an unconditional ceasefire. Zelensky has relented on that really since March. It has been the Russians that continue to attack civilians, and they do it, the timing is terrible. They do it every time Special Envoy Roy Witkoff announces that they've made progress. And so I think President Trump is now moving into the next phase, which is now to pressure the Russians. Secondary sanctions would crush the war machine because it would cut off that energy really being, through India and through China continues to do business with Russia. So you cut that off, you really dry up the Russian war machine.
Hey, David, this morning, the meeting with President Trump, President Zelensky at the Vatican. They said that it was a productive meeting, though I think almost every meeting in the readout is a productive meeting. But it actually does seem like they may have had a pretty good meeting this morning.
I think so. First of all, it's a stunning image to see the president and President Zelensky talking one-on-one, just sitting on two chairs, nobody else around them, in this historic place, St. Peter's Basilica. And it's a juxtaposition to that Oval Office meeting that went so badly. And also, they were talking without cameras recording what they were saying, which is also very different from the Oval Office meeting. And that's how negotiations like this should take place. They should take place privately because they're very sensitive. If you look at the post that came from President Zelensky, and you just showed it, and from President Trump, it seems like it was a good meeting. And I applaud President Trump for now turning around and saying, look, it looks like Putin is the one who is the recalcitrant party. And then he went to the most important subject in many ways, which is, what am I going to do to get Putin to make concessions? And he talked about sanctions, and importantly, secondary sanctions, because Russia is getting most of its revenues from oil, and it's able to sell oil to India and China. But if there were secondary sanctions on the companies that enable that to happen, that would really harm Russia's economy.
Now, you know, Rebecca, you've had so many congressional Republicans step back, not comment too much on what's going on with the negotiations, but you're now starting to see a lot of Republicans come out and say, look, Russia is the aggressor here. This is from Senator Chuck Grassley, who said, I've seen enough killing of innocent Ukrainian women and children. President Trump, please put the toughest of sanctions on Putin. You ought to see from clear evidence that he is playing America as a patsy. Do you think that this is now the vanguard of maybe more Republicans coming out for more sanctions against Russia?
Well, look, remember, Republicans and Democrats, they're all back for recess. They're going back, they're listening to their constituents. And the Trump base, the Republican base, has an opinion about this. Yes, they want President Trump to end the war, but not peace at any cost. They want the war to end on terms that are good for the victim, the defender, which is Ukraine. And so I think, yeah, you're going to see Senator Grassley, you're going to see Senator Wicker, other leaders in the Republican Party come out and say, okay, this is enough. We've given the president lots of space to put pressure on Ukraine. You got to crank up the pressure now on Russia. Russia's the aggressor. We want peace, but we want peace on terms that are lasting peace, good for the American people, good for NATO, and good for Ukraine.
David, over the last couple of days, we've gotten a little more nuggets from the president and the White House about what exactly the president's red lines are. And he was asked, what is Russia giving up here? And he responded that Russia's not going to take the whole country. That's the Russian concession here. Should the U.S. even believe that?
Well, I don't believe, and the U.S. should not believe, that that's what Russia wants. Russia wants to control Ukraine. Maybe not necessarily occupy the whole country, but it wants a pro-Putin president in Kiev. And that's why they invaded in February 2022. They're not going to accomplish that. But I don't think it's enough to say giving up on that goal is enough of a concession. Putin needs to give more. He's going to have to give back some of the territory in the 4 provinces that he says he has annexed with sham referendums that weren't appropriate, weren't free and fair. And he's also going to have to make some concessions about perhaps the presence of European troops in Ukraine to monitor the ceasefire and ensure that it is observed by Russia, and if it is not, there are consequences. He may also have to make some concessions on European allies giving security guarantees to Ukraine, because Ukraine needs that also to be secure that if Russia violates the ceasefire, that there will be consequences for Putin.
Yeah, it's not exactly like this war has gone swimmingly for the Russians. Let's turn to some other negotiations. The Iran talks today. There was another round in Oman. Apparently, there's going to be, according to senior U.S. officials, another round soon in Europe. Do you think that there can be any agreement there, Rebecca, or do you think that the Iranians are just playing for time here?
Well, they're playing for time right now, and you can see that because some of the Iranian officials continue to post on Truth or post on Twitter different things that are aggressive, threatening the United States, threatening Israel. So they've not indicated that they're actually willing to come up with a solution that's good for the United States. President Trump has been very clear that he wants total dismantlement of the nuclear program. And he's just appointed now Michael Anton, who's going to be the technical expert negotiating, and he hasn't even gotten in there yet to begin. So we are not, I mean, I wouldn't even say we're in early stages. We're pre-early stages of anything serious. But in order for this to work, the Iranians have to understand that the United States has a credible military threat. That's why you have those B-2 bombers and Diego Garcia. And the Israelis are, of course, a big player in this. They're going to have a say in how this goes. But Iran's going to have to be compelled to negotiate to get rid of their nuclear program.
You know, you had Senator Fetterman say that the president should just waste that expletive when it comes to these facilities. David, you know from the Obama administration and then even the Biden administration, these talks, they go on forever. And you don't end up necessarily with the best deal in the world. You don't necessarily dismantle all of Iran's nuclear capabilities. Is this a fool's errand, or is there a way to avoid attacks here?
Well, first of all, I agree that there's bipartisan support in Congress for talks like this. And I also agree with what Rebecca said about President Trump, which he's insisting on complete dismantlement of Iran's nuclear program. And that is the goal, and that's what we should be trying to achieve. I do think it's possible that there could be an agreement. But what I think is going to be very difficult is to get a better agreement than the JCPOA, which is the deal that President Obama got during his presidency, which President Trump kept criticizing. I'm not sure Iran is going to give up any more than they gave up back then.
Well, they're talking. We'll see if anything comes out of it. David Tafuri, Rebecca Heinrich, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
What do you guys think? I think for a fact that Putin will want to, fight hard and say he's not going to give up any territory that he's taken. But he can't do that because at this point, he's just killing innocent individuals.
Two great guests, General Jack Keane and Jim Trusty. We've got a lot of territory to cover. I'm glad you're here. You hear this phrase, due process, all the time. It's in the Fifth Amendment. It's in the 14th Amendment. It's in the 14th Amendment to apply the Fifth Amendment to the states. Due process. We all believe in due process, don't we? What does that mean? Where does it come from? When did it start? You've got a lot of talking heads, some of whom are lawyers, most of whom are not, who keep telling you that illegal aliens, particularly criminals, particularly MS-13 wife-beater types, have a right to due process. It's amazing. One judge says so. Another judge says that 530,000 illegal aliens who were illegally brought here in violation of our parole rules by Joe Biden with an executive order, each and every one of them has a right to due process. Where does that come from? What happens if somebody steps over our border or puts their toe in our water? Do they have a right to due process too? Gets a little more complicated, doesn't it? But notice all the commentators and all the experts don't explain it. Where does due process begin? Where does it end? How does it apply? You know why they don't explain it? Because they don't know. And you know why they don't know? Because the Supreme Court is all over the map. And you know why the Supreme Court's all over the map? Because the truth is, it is setting policy. No, Mark, you don't understand. It's interpreting the Constitution. I understand the Constitution. I understand the men who wrote it, and I understand the men who ratified it. The Bill of Rights came after. It came in the first Congress. It was adopted by supermajorities in both houses, 12 of them, sent to the states, ratified by a super-duper majority of 3/4 of the state legislatures, and they reduced it to 10. That's our Bill of Rights. But where does the Constitution state, or the Bill of Rights for that matter, that the Supreme Court decides what's due process? Well, Mark, somebody has to decide. Do you know what your framers of the Constitution said? You know what the ratifiers at the state convention said? They said, stay in your lane. It's a phrase I use all the time. So the executive will decide due process when it comes to executive decision makings. Congress can pass laws related to due process, but the court doesn't get to make policy when it comes to due process. But Marbury versus Madison, 1803. I didn't ask you about Marbury versus Madison or any Supreme Court ruling where the court has seized policymaking power for itself. The original Constitution, the original constitutional debates, the original state debates, what did they decide? They decided that the executive branch would run the executive branch. They decided that the Supreme Court and whatever courts Congress create runs the courts, and Congress runs the Congress. The Supreme Court doesn't just have power to make decisions all the time, all over the map, anytime it wants. And so this is why we have a problem right now. Who's going to decide what due process means?
Facts.
The court? Is the court now a political Politburo? Now let's look at some of the things the U.S. Supreme Court have done on this issue of aliens and due process. First, we look at the Constitution. We look at the Fifth Amendment. And the relevant part, no person shall be held or be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. And so what you're hearing day in and day out by some people who should know better, some people who don't know better, that means due process under the Fifth Amendment and the 14th Amendment applies to illegal aliens. What kind of due process? What do you mean by that? Full civilian U.S. citizen due process? What does that mean? The left knows what it means. That's what the left wants. Not because they give a damn about any illegal immigrant. They use the illegal immigrants, and they've used them all along. No, it's because they're trying to change the country. Revolution by immigration. That's why they opened the border. The Supreme Court has suggested that the extent of due process for aliens present in the United States, and there are many sources for this. This is constitution.congress/gov, quote, may vary depending upon the alien status or circumstance. So, due process isn't chiseled into stone. It just depends. For instance, at times the court has indicated that at least some of the constitutional protections to which an alien is entitled may turn upon whether the alien has been admitted into the United States or developed substantial ties to our country. Thus, there's some uncertainty regarding the extent to which due process considerations constrain Congress's exercise of its immigration power with respect to aliens within the United States. Uh-oh. That sounds a little confusing. Well, we have a case, 2001 Supreme Court, Zagvias versus David. The court construed a statute authorizing detention of aliens with final orders of removal as having implicit temporal limitations. Wow, what does all that mean? There's certain limitations to it. According to the court, construing the statute in a manner that would allow the indefinite detention of lawfully admitted aliens who've been ordered removed would raise serious constitutional concerns. In the court's view, because aliens within the United States are protected by due process, Congress must give a clear indication of an intent to authorize the indefinite detention of removable aliens. Justice Antonin Scalia wrote a dissent in that case, as did Anthony Kennedy. But Scalia said, why? What do you mean they can't be kept indefinitely? Of course they can, unless Congress says otherwise. Why are we, the Supreme Court, making that determination, number one? And number two, it's just not our area, and it's Congress's area. Wow, he must have been a radical. In Denmore versus Kim, 2003, the Supreme Court held that the mandatory detention during the pendency of formal removal proceedings of certain aliens who had committed specific crimes was constitutionally permissible. Uh-oh, now I'm getting confused. So, the pendency of formal removal proceedings of certain aliens who had committed specific crimes was constitutionally permissible. So what's the deadline on that? Can they be kept indefinitely? Apparently so. Wow. Excuse me, it's confusing. In 2018, the Supreme Court in Jennings versus Rodriguez, they held that the statutes were textually clear in mandating or authorizing the detention of certain aliens during the removal proceedings, and that nothing in those provisions limited the length of detention or required periodic bond hearings. Whoa. They could be held forever? Apparently so. Having a due process. Then we have a 2020 decision, Department of Homeland Security versus, I'll give it a best shot, Thurisigium. That held that an alien detained shortly after entering the United States, he got into the United States about 25 feet, could not constitutionally challenge a federal statute limiting judicial review of his expedited removal. Congress has passed a law and said, you know what, Congress, you know what, Supreme Court, you stay out of this. You stay out of this. We'll handle this. And so they said, look, this statute limiting judicial review of his expedited removal, they grabbed him and they threw him out. Those proceedings, a streamlined removal process applicable to aliens apprehended at or near the border. Although the alien had physically entered the United States, the court determined that he could be treated for due process purposes as if he stopped at the border, because he was encountered only 25 yards inside the United States and essentially remained on the threshold of entry. Ladies and gentlemen, what's the court going to do here? They're going to take 1,000 situations and have 1,000 different standards for due process, or not? That's the problem when you have a court turning into a Politburo, into a super legislature, or into the executive branch making all these decisions. All these are 9 lawyers, 3 of whom are radical left-wing kooks, 2 of whom aren't sure what they are, and the others who are pretty solid, especially Alito and Thomas. So why are they making all these decisions? Do they have a better idea, more wisdom, more judgment on making these decisions? Of course not. But here we are. The Supreme Court's jurisprudence indicates that although aliens present within the United States generally have due process protections, the extent of those constitutional protections may depend on certain factors, including whether the alien has been lawfully admitted or developed ties to the United States, whether the alien has engaged in specified criminal activity, how long they've been in the United States, and a long list of other things. Therefore, even with regard to aliens present within the United States, the court has sometimes deferred to Congress's policy judgments that limit the ability of some classes of aliens to contest their detention or removal. Does that clear things up for you, Mr. Producer? It shouldn't. The Supreme Court has not ruled on, 1, due process relating to the mass importation of aliens under Biden. Flew them in here, 530,000 of them, by executive order. And what rights, if any, applied to each and every one of those 530,000? A federal district judge has decided they get full due process rights. Do you know what that means, effectively? That means amnesty. So Biden breaks the law, the parole law under immigration laws, uses executive order, literally solicits and brings in over 500,000 aliens, illegal aliens, gives them a 2-year right to be in the United States. President Trump comes in and says, nah, you're out of here. And the court, no. Due process. Who says? The judge. Based on what? If due process rights do apply to those 530,000, I'll go further. If due process applies to the 21 million illegal aliens, what exactly are we talking about? What kind of due process? 1,000 different types of due process? Depending if somebody's standing on their head or doing 12 push-ups? What is it? And how will this be administered, America? We have a backlog of 1.5 million cases already in front of these administrative law immigration judges. The vast majority of illegal aliens don't show up. And so there's an order that they're to be deported. Okay, so what? We can't find them. Where are they? We don't have enough personnel for that. Isn't that the point? Isn't that the point of what Biden and the Democrats have done and what the media want to do? They've collapsed the system. Now they wave around the Constitution, due process, because they know the impossibility of applying full due process to everybody. Well, what about partial due process? Well, partial due process, is that due process? What about those who lie in their applications to get into the United States, like on student visas? What about them? Oh, no, they have free speech rights. They're like Rosa Parks, just because they want the annihilation of the Jews, just because they support violent, riotous activity on campuses, just because they are a front for Hamas and other terrorist groups, doesn't mean they don't have a right to free speech, What about those people who come here who are violent? International gang members. Like the ones that were sent back or sent to El Salvador. What are their due process rights? The ACLU or some group wanted to treat them as a class action, And they need to be given notice. You see, this is what happens when eggheads in robes take over. You're going to give hundreds of international terrorist gangbangers from Venezuela sent here by that government notice? Oh, yes, yes. And when you give them notice, what will they do? Goodbye. They'll disappear into the population. This is anarchy that they're proposing. This isn't about due process. It's not about due process at all. What about those who are advocates of terrorism, as I said? Well, we already know what the Democrats think, don't they? They visit them and they want to make sure they're taken care of. They live in these hellish conditions, you know. That's what the squad is telling us, and so forth and so on. The Democrat Party, as I wrote my book, hates this country. This is revolution by immigration. That's what it is. Tens of millions of people coming into this country who cannot possibly assimilate it into the country. And they don't want them assimilated into the country. You go through our public schools today, they don't teach Americanism, the Pledge of Allegiance, the grand founding fathers, and all the rest of it. You have to assimilate people into your culture, into your society. There's none of that going on. So the problem we now have is a president can change the entire nature of our citizenship, our civil society, our culture, as Biden did, by lawlessly defying immigration laws to the tune of tens of millions of illegal aliens entering the country in such numbers they cannot assimilate into the country, and the people who want the open borders don't even want them to assimilate into our country. As I said, it's revolution by immigration. And this includes thousands of aliens who seek the destruction, overthrow, and disruption of our country. You see it on our college campuses. They're sent here by their governments, or they come here and they participate. It includes criminals. It includes gang members. It includes spies. They're all supposed to get full due process. That's what the left is arguing. That's what these trial judges are arguing. That's what the media are arguing. The Supreme Court's still trying to figure out what to do as our policy Politburo, rather than put the hammer down on these judges. The Supreme Court has a mixed record right now of participating in this and not participating in this. It's almost like Sybil with 23 personalities, even though there's only 9 justices. So we have de facto massive amnesty. That's what's being attempted here. We're going to have birthright citizenship for those who are born here from the millions of people who are illegal aliens who were brought here. I have little confidence in this court to do the right thing on birthright citizenship. If they follow the Constitution, they will. And I pray they do. But there's one other thing nobody's talking about. Chain migration. Uh-oh is right. Tens of millions of illegal aliens. They have children. Ooh, you're a citizen. Citizen gets old enough, says, you know what? I want to bring my 27 relatives from Honduras, from Switzerland, from the Congo, from Syria. I want to bring them into the country too. Well, by all means. We're talking about 100 million, 150 million people into this country who are foreigners, who are not assimilating into our culture, and it will destroy the United States. It will destroy the United States. I'm not the only one to say this. Many liberals have said this. Arthur Schlesinger Jr., big leftist, the late professor, was an advisor to Kennedy, less so to Johnson, but nonetheless. And he wrote a book called This Uniting of America. And he talks about this sort of thing. Samuel Huntington, a great professor from Harvard at one point, he writes about this. I've written about this. This is exactly what's taking place. This is how you destroy America. And they seek to destroy America. There's no question about it. But I do have a question for all the hypocrites out there in the Democrat Party, in the media, and in their front groups. How come you didn't complain about Biden? What are you talking about? Just takes a little bit of research, ladies and gentlemen. The UCLA, that's not my school. That's a whack job university at this point.
A whack job
They're
university.
law school. Here we have from June 22nd, 2023. Last time I checked, Biden was president. Gross miscarriages of justice continue 2 years into Biden administration's fast-track court program for families seeking asylum. Oh, do tell. 2 years ago, the Biden administration launched the dedicated docket. And what happened? What happened was, ladies and gentlemen, 70% of those on the docket in Los Angeles didn't have attorneys, but they had due process. The court says they don't have to have attorneys. 72.4% of the deportation orders were issued in absentia, meaning the immigrant families never had their day in court. Almost 50% of absentia deportation orders were against children, 2/3 of whom were age 6 and under. Gee willikers, I don't remember hearing anything about due process, do you? No. I don't remember hearing a damn thing about it. The Biden administration, says UCLA Law School, has continued to double down on prioritizing expediency over fairness, fast-tracking families through removable proceedings without legal representation. They said he violated due process. So furious was the UCLA Law School, they issued another report, and this one was in December 2023. A damning new report released today by the Center for Immigration Law and Policy, UCLA Law, finds the Biden administration has failed children in immigration court under its watch. Despite taking important steps in early days, the report details how the administration's policies have led to grave injustices of children facing immigration court proceedings in the United States and resulted in tens of thousands of children ordered deported, most without legal representation. They said no due process. Where was the ACLU? Where was Norm Eisen? Where was Mark Elias? Where were all these frauds and phonies and fakes? Where were all these fantastic radical left-wing Democrat judges? 5- and 6-year-olds being deported, they didn't have lawyers? What kind of due process is this? Oh my goodness. For the first 100 years in this country, there was no such thing as due process with immigrants, let alone illegal immigrants. And so piece by piece, by piece by piece, the Supreme Court's making up the law as it goes along, even though really originally it didn't have such authority. And it's all intended to change the country forever and to destroy President Trump's agenda. We need to push back. And Congress, it really would be kind of cool if you woke the hell up and helped do something about this, because you do have the power, you know. We'll be right back.
Shout out to Mark Levin, man. OG. He knows so much about these topics and is for sure a legend. Okay, you know, the judges are now harboring illegal immigrants.
Wisconsin
Check this out.
has been arrested and charged for allegedly obstructing ICE agents. Judge Hannity is accused of helping an undocumented immigrant avoid arrest. Now, according to court documents, federal agents arrived to a courtroom to detain a Mexican immigrant just over a week ago. Witnesses say they saw Dugan direct the man to leave her courtroom through a private door. He was later taken into custody. Joining us now is CNN senior law enforcement analyst Andrew McCabe. Andrew, I've heard you say that this incident should never have happened. Explain why.
Well, I think there's a whole bunch of different ways that this thing went wrong. And I should say, first of all, I don't believe that the law enforcement officers here did anything inappropriate. It is maybe shocking for some people to realize, but people do get arrested at the courthouse periodically. It doesn't happen every day, but it is a place that you can know someone where you know someone's going to be there at a particular time, and you can do it in a way that's safe because they've already come through a metal detector. Now, those arrests are usually required to take place in the public spaces, the hallways outside the courtrooms, and not to interrupt the courtroom proceeding. But it sounds from the complaint like that's exactly what the law enforcement officers plan to do here. Whether or not the judge intentionally obstructed the proceeding and intentionally concealed this man from arrest, those are the offenses she's been charged with, will come down to determining her intent. But there are a bunch of witnesses in this complaint who will certainly testify on behalf of the government as to what they saw her do. So it won't be a question so much of did she or did she not walk these people back into a private hallway. It'll be more, what did she intend by doing that?
Okay, so let's stay in this space here and let's extract the politics. Let's take the Trump of it and the mass deportation and all of that out of it. I know you say you have to get to intent, but how strong, based on the complaint, do you think the case is?
I think it's fairly strong, Victor. As I said, there's a number of witnesses here who perceive these events in real time. They've reported what they saw to the agent who's put that into the complaint. There's a bunch of law enforcement officers who were there who listened to the things she said, who will testify about how she reacted negatively to the discovery that there was law enforcement outside of her courtroom. So there's a lot of circumstantial evidence there. But it'll come down to a jury to determine whether or not they think the judge intentionally tried to conceal this person or get him away from law enforcement. So it's not a slam dunk, but it's also not it's not an unreasonable complaint. There's plenty of evidence in the complaint to get you beyond the probable cause phase, which is where we are right now.
And then after the arrest, soon after, the FBI Director Kash Patel posted an announcement of sorts on social media. The Attorney General Pam Bondi went on Fox News and called the judge deranged. I mean, the pedestrian question is, why would they do that? What would be the value of that? But I wonder, does that damage the case in some way?
It should. I mean, I think when you start looking at how the judge was treated after the events that led to the charge. So where and when and how she was arrested, and the fact that she was arrested at the courthouse rather than her own residence, the fact that she was placed in a jail cell for hours before her arraignment was called in the court later in the afternoon. These things are unprecedented. Typically, upstanding members of the community who have no criminal history and aren't accused of a violent act are allowed to self-surrender at the time of their arraignment. The fact that they did not offer that courtesy to her and instead went out of their way to treat her harshly, I believe is an act of performative cruelty on behalf of the Department of Justice, which is not the way any Department of Justice should be acting. Then their conduct in going directly to the media and spiking the football over this arrest of a member of the judiciary, also a departure from policy, totally unnecessary, and I think inappropriate by an attorney general and an FBI director.
Andrew McCabe, thank you.
For more legal perspective, I want to bring in now former Miami-Dade County Court Judge Jeff Schwarz. Great to see you. So Attorney General Pam Bondi says no one is above the law and accuses the Milwaukee County Circuit Court Judge Hannah Dugan of helping an undocumented immigrant evade arrest. So in your view, is this arrest tantamount to the allegation?
I think there's a probable cause finding that is going to have to be made. I think that what happened here is that the DOJ knew they could not go to a grand jury and obtain an indictment during the 1 week period that I think that they procrastinated over this. They decided to go with a warrant. I think the worst part about this is that they arrested her at the courthouse. They perp walked her through the courthouse. This was meant as an intimidation technique and to embarrass her. Okay, instead of going to her home that morning and arresting her at her home. Now, is there probable cause here to have arrested her in the first place? There might well have been. I wasn't there. Everybody has their perspective of what occurred and why she let that person go out the side door from the jury. But that only dumped him into the hallway where she knew those agents were. So I'm not sure she was trying to help him escape. It is possible she just didn't want the arrest in front of her courtroom where everybody was gathered in the hallway. And I can understand that.
So this very public arrest of the judge, is the Trump administration sending a message to judges or to the masses?
I think she's sending a message to judges that's passed on to the masses. And that is, you're not safe in court. If you're an illegal alien or an illegal immigrant and you are in court, you have to worry about being there. Now, that interrupts the flow of the criminal justice system because they're not going to show up as witnesses. They're not going to show up as victims. They're not going to show up as defendants. And now the whole system starts to break down. As far as judges are concerned, they're being forced in a way to cooperate. It is pretty standard for judges not wanting people arrested in their courtroom. I don't think they're going to back off of that. And I think that in essence, in a lot of places, you're not allowed to arrest people inside the courthouse, whether you're a Fed or whether you're a local police officer. They want these things to take place outside of the courthouse itself. And I have a feeling that that's going to be a part of the confrontation that's going to take place in the future.
The Justice Department on Friday announced criminal charges in 2 separate cases involving judges, as the Trump administration focuses on judges' conduct relating to immigration enforcement. A Wisconsin judge was arrested and charged in federal court Friday for allegedly helping an undocumented immigrant avoid arrest. Judge Hannah Dugan faces 2 charges for obstruction and concealing an individual from arrest outside her courtroom. A statement was released on behalf of Judge Dugan, saying she will, I'm quoting now, will defend herself vigorously and looks forward to being exonerated, end quote. Also on Friday, a former New Mexico judge and his wife were arrested for allegedly tampering with evidence related to the federal investigation of a Venezuelan national. CNN correspondent Julia Vargas Jones has more on all of this. Julia, walk us through what happened.
Well, Fred, it all started with a tip back in January that undocumented migrants were living on a judge's property in Las Cruces, New Mexico, and in possession of firearms. That home belonged to the former county judge Jose Luis Cano and his wife Nancy Cano. Authorities alleged that, in court documents, that one of the people living on the property was Christian Ortega Lopez, that Venezuelan national who they say is a member of a gang called Tren de Aragua. In the complaint, there are multiple photos and videos of this migrant who appears to be...
What is going on here? A former judge accused of tampering with evidence and harboring, allegedly, Tren de Aragua gang member. This right here is bad.
Holding in a shooting range, holding handguns or assault-style rifles in different of those images you see there. Investigators say that in those photos, that's how they identify tattoos, clothing, and other hand gestures that they say are commonly associated with Tren de Aragua, saying that that provided strong evidence of his potential connection to the gang. Judge Cano denies ever knowing of the possible gang affiliation, writing in a letter to the court, "Let me be as crystal clear as possible. The very first time I ever heard that the men could possibly have any association with Tren de Aragua was when I was informed of that by the agents on the day of the raid." But federal authorities also claim that the judge admitted to smashing a cell phone with a hammer because it could have had photos of Ortega Lopez holding firearms, and that his wife, Nancy, consulted with the alleged gang member over how to delete Facebook posts. Judge Cano is now charged with tampering with evidence, while his wife is charged with conspiracy to tamper with evidence. We've reached out to their attorney for comment. Charged with conspiracy.
Are accused of tampering with evidence linked to arrest of undocumented migrants suspected of being a member of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. Yeah. This right here is bad. We get it, liberals and the left, they're like, they don't want borders. Some of them do want, but most of them, like, especially the leaders, they're like, yeah, we don't want borders. But this is going absolutely too far. If you are, harboring a Venezuelan gang who happens to be an undocumented migrant in your home and you're not scared, like, with your wife, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Let's bring in Wisconsin Congressman Brian Stile. Parts of his district are just south of Milwaukee, where Judge Dugan presides. So she is under arrest, charged with, obstructing federal agents, among other things. What do you think was going through her mind here, Congressman?
Obstruction of federal agents is a crime, and it doesn't matter if you're the defendant, a witness, or a sitting judge. When you read the criminal complaint, it reads like a textbook case of obstruction, that she allowed this defendant to go through non-public areas of the courthouse to get into the streets. And the reason this is so important is because it puts the lives of the men and women of law enforcement who are there to effectuate the arrest at risk. The reason the arrest was being made at the county courthouse, most likely, is because it would be known that the defendant would be unarmed, having already gone through security. Allowing the defendant to get loose onto the street, allowing a foot chase to take place, puts the lives of officers at risk. And this criminal complaint makes it very clear. A large number of witnesses. It reads like a case of obstruction. She deserves her day in court to explain her side of the story, but she does not deserve special treatment.
Supporters are saying, that this is a sort of a revenge case by the Trump administration. How would you answer that?
I would recommend anyone read the criminal complaint. It's actually very short. It's about 13 pages, and it reads like a textbook case of obstruction. And what we can't have is individuals obstructing the work of ICE. This follows just days after our Democratic governor in the state of Wisconsin, Governor Tony Evers, instructing state employees to not assist ICE. Now is the time that we need to be enforcing the law, making sure that we are closing and securing the border for the security of all American citizens. And when you see individuals obstructing federal officers, as this complaint lays out that Judge Dugan did in the city of Milwaukee, it should raise questions and concerns for all Americans. We must enforce the law, no special treatment for anyone. And by no means should anyone be allowed to obstruct federal officers effectuating arrest of an illegal immigrant.
Yeah, of course, President Trump was famously arrested. A number of members of his administration, the Trump 43 administration, were arrested and charged with various crimes. How does that play out versus this district judge?
Well, again, I'd recommend anyone to go read the 13-page federal criminal complaint against the judge. It lays very clearly exactly what took place. It sets forward a number of witnesses who observed this behavior. And again, at the end of the day, what we see is liberal politicians and liberal activists working to undermine President Trump's efforts to secure the U.S.-Mexico border. President Trump came in on an agenda that we're going to secure the border. We have seen dramatic progress starting day one of the President Trump's administration. But what we continue to see is elected politicians or radical liberals trying to undermine this. When you read the obstruction case as set forward by the FBI and the DOJ in this case, it's very clear that obstruction is what played out at the Milwaukee County Courthouse. And again, what it really did is put the lives of our men and women of law enforcement, these federal agents, at risk. They were forced to conduct a foot chase of this individual through the streets of Milwaukee rather than being able to effectuate an arrest right there in the county courthouse when they knew that this individual would have been unarmed.
Of course, enforcing the law is important, or so we hear from a number of elected officials. Listen.
Well, no one is above the law, but I think that the law is immutable in the case of the White House. Jurists ought to be able to have control of their courtroom, and localities should not be pressured into executing and assisting ICE.
Yeah, but if
and I think that's the bigger question.
So that's your fellow representative, Gwen Moore, the Democrat from Wisconsin, who says, judges ought to have some leeway here.
Well, Democratic Governor Tony Evers of the state of Wisconsin encouraged all state employees to not assist ICE. But this case goes a step further. This is a case of obstructing federal agents who are there to effectuate an arrest of an illegal immigrant with a duly authorized warrant. And so an obstruction charge is a serious charge. But again, obstruction's a crime, but it applies.
Exactly. If you're not going to help, why stand in the way? Why obstruct what the ICE agents are trying to do? You're not going to help. Okay, great. Then get out of the way.
Equally, whether or not that's the defendant, a witness, or the judge herself. And so this is about applying the law equally and making sure that we're enforcing the laws of the United States. I think some people went fast and loose with the rules. Following 4 years of disastrous border policies in the Biden administration, people thought that we should just simply look the other way when illegal aliens commit crimes in the United States of America. President Trump has come to office, and thank goodness, because he's turning the tide and saying we're not going to look the other way anymore. When an individual is in this country illegally, especially one that commits a serious crime, there's going to be consequences for that. And illegal immigrants who commit federal crimes or commit crimes in the United States who have deportation orders are going to be removed. And obstructing a federal officer in this case is a serious offense. She deserves her day in court, but she does not deserve special treatment.
The administration made it clear from the get-go that ICE was going to be working and maybe even working around federal courthouses. Here's part of the federal directive issued by the White House. It reads, ICE officers or agents may conduct civil immigration enforcement actions in or near courthouses when they have credible information that leads them to believe the targeted alien is or will be present at a specific location, and where such action is not precluded by laws imposed by the jurisdiction in which the civil immigration enforcement action will take place. So it's quite clear that the administration has intended to do this, but this particular judge is accused of hiding the guy, helping him sneak out the back door, basically.
Well, during the Biden administration, they wanted to have safe spaces for illegal activity to be conducted. And that's exactly what occurred during 4 years of the Biden administration. The federal agents under the Biden administration looked the other way if criminal activity or illegal immigrants were located in certain locations. The Trump administration, I think, rightly has come in and said those days are done. What we're actually going to do is enforce the law, and we don't care where you're located. We are going to enforce the law. But this is a step further of what took place at the Milwaukee County Courthouse, where the judge is alleged to have engaged in obstruction of the federal agents themselves. It's already bad that we have jurisdictions across the country operating as sanctuary cities, refusing to assist ICE conducting their work. But this charge is a step further. This is an obstruction charge that claims that the judge led this defendant down a non-public hallway and allowed him to escape the county courthouse. That's a serious charge, and one that I think we're going to actually see play out in court as this evidence is fully laid out.
Congressman Brian Stile from Wisconsin.
How can you, if what he's saying is facts, how can a judge allow or lead an escape of an illegal immigrant out of a courtroom? How? Is that even acceptable? Is that even legal? How can you lead an illegal immigrant, hide the person, and figure out how they're going to escape your courtroom away from ICE? If that is what this man is talking about, then she definitely has a lot to answer for. All right, here we go. Pope Francis' funeral.
Saturday morning here at St. Peter's Square behind me. The funeral of Pope Francis now just 8 hours away. The square is closed at the moment. It will reopen at 7 a.m. local time. Filing past the simple coffin and Spartan platform to say a prayer, to reflect and say goodbye. Then, in a private ceremony led by a cardinal, Carmelingo Kevin Farrell, the church's acting head, a white silk veil was spread over the late Pope's face, his body sprinkled with holy water. Let's pause and listen for a moment. Finally, in a gesture officially ending this 3-day lying in state period, the coffin was closed and sealed, and then the basilica was filled with the sound of a hymn to Mary, the Mother of Christ. Outside all day today, and in fact ever since Pope Francis died. Security, of course, has been ramping up, the effort complicated by his desire to be buried outside the walls of the Vatican, several miles away from us, meaning a funeral procession through the streets of Rome and many points along the way to safeguard. There are thousands of people who are still waiting to get in to see Pope Francis. This is the last day they'll have that opportunity. They've already started to set up for the funeral, which is to take place here in St. Peter's Square. It's going to be outdoors. As you can see, they've set up platforms for journalists to broadcast from. There are a number of media organizations as well have rented spaces on rooftops around here to get a vantage point. This service is going to take place outdoors in St. Peter's Square, but the Pope is not going to be buried here in Vatican City. He's going to be buried in Rome. We want to show you the route his procession is likely to take.
His request was he wanted to be buried in a wooden casket, nothing luxurious. He doesn't want to be buried inside Vatican City, so he was buried in Rome. His ask was pretty modest for a pope of his caliber, but I guess, we come here into this world with nothing, and we're definitely going to go back with nothing. So he understands that fact. And who knows, man? Who knows what he's atoning for? But that was his request. He requested to be buried in a wooden casket and so many other requests.
This is the Porta del Perugina. It is the exit through which the Pope's casket will come as it leaves St. Peter's Basilica. It goes by Casa Santa Marta, where the Pope lived all these years. The casket will then come down this road in this direction, actually leaving Vatican City now and entering the city of Rome.
The route is filled with traffic now, but it'll be closed off on Saturday, and it's likely many thousands of people will line the sidewalks trying to catch a final glimpse of the Pope's coffin. His casket will pass this Baroque church. Francis was the first Jesuit to become Pope, and this is the first Jesuit church in Rome, Chiesa del Gesù. The motorcade will also pass the Piazza Venezia and another site familiar to many tourists, the Colosseum, before finally arriving at its destination.
And this is where Pope Francis will finally be laid to rest, where he'll be entombed. It's the Basilica Santa Maria Maggiore. It's a basilica Pope Francis often visited, that he loved, and that he requested he be buried here. The Vatican has already released an image of his tomb. It is, as the Pope requested, very simple, just an inscription of his name, Franciscus, and a depiction of his pectoral cross. He will be the first Pope to be buried outside Vatican City in more than 100 years. Joining me now are two people who've been providing perspective for us all this week. Colin Flynn, Vatican correspondent for EWTN News, and Father Patrick Mary Briscoe, editor of our Sunday Visitor, National Catholic newspaper. Father Briscoe, you spent the day here, much of it, in the square. What was it like?
Anderson, I was so struck by the joy that people were expressing today, because unlike the previous days, which had to me felt more solemn, today we had all the young pilgrims beginning to arrive. Many of these young people, of course, had been anticipating attending all the Jubilee events for young people and the canonization event of another great young blessed, and now they're faced with attending the funeral mass for the Pope. So it's really quite a transition.
And Colin, a lot has been made about how Pope Francis sort of tried to simplify some, not only of the funeral, what the funeral would be like, but other aspects of the papacy. What do you expect for tomorrow? There's still obviously
Anderson,
rites.
I don't think there's any such thing as a simple papal funeral. You will still have that rich tradition and the liturgy. It'll be steeped in beauty and the culture of the church. But ever since the beginning, 2013, that was Francis's ethos. The papal palace just behind us, he said, I'm not staying there. I'm staying in the guest house. An hour outside of Rome, you have Castel Gandolfo with the summer palace, where popes would stay for the entire summer. Francis's message was, well, the poor would never go to a summer palace, so I'm going to leave that as well. So now that we have the funeral, I think will be much the same as past funerals for popes, but it will be the burial. As you see that tombstone with just his name in it in Latin, Francis. The funeral's been covered, the cost of it. That was another incredible thing that we learned when they released his testimony.
He got somebody to donate money to...
He arranged for it all to be paid for, so it wouldn't come from the faithful, money from the church, but that money could still be used for the poor. And, we met the other day inside the Basilica as people were going in to pay their last respect. I found it actually more emotional than I thought I would. And we got to go right up beside the coffin. Now, we know that there had been a problem at the start of this with people taking selfies and maybe being a bit irreverent. But, the Vatican officials were trying to keep it graceful and peaceful. And when my wife and I, who we met covering Pope Francis, so that's how special it is, I saw the tears in her eyes. And actually, when I saw Pope Francis looking much different, lying in that coffin, it was an incredible moment. You could see this is the end of a papacy, and this is ushering in a new one, and heading into the future for the Catholic Church.
It's also, Father, what we're going to see tomorrow is something we have not seen in modern times, certainly not televised like this, of a Pope being moved through the streets of Rome in a procession to go to this basilica.
I think the procession is so important, Anderson, because the procession is something that most Catholics will experience as part of a funeral mass. And so we'll feel in a certain way familiar, taking your grandfather, to say your last goodbye to him. And the procession symbolizes what Catholics believe, that we're all journeying towards something, journeying towards our end, our final destination, the ultimate point of it all. And I think that it will give people all the opportunity for one last farewell, which is so beautiful. But also it will symbolize what Pope Francis called for at the very beginning of his papacy, in his first words after he was elected, calling for all of us to be journeying together.
It is a chance, Colm, for many people maybe who didn't get a chance to come here, or even if they did, to line the streets to see him, to look outside their windows and see him.
Yeah, it's another opportunity to say goodbye. And we were told yesterday by Sant'Egidio, which is a community here who look after refugees and the migrants. They're not part of the Vatican, but they're right next to the Vatican. And Pope Francis gave them huge support throughout his papacy. They told us that lining the steps of the Basilica of Mary Major will be the poor and the needy of Rome. They will be the last to say goodbye to Pope Francis.
I drove that route today, and there's a number of sort of landmarks that have personal significance. I mean, there's the first church of the Jesuits.
The Jesu, yes.
Right. There's a Piazza of Argentina that you pass by as well.
It's like landmarks, all these great memories that come out. That's part of the difficulty of going to a funeral mass, is that you have all of these wonderful memories. That's the cause of joy, the sorrow with saying goodbye, but then the sense that you have something to carry forward.
Yeah.
You know, it was a beautiful image today. It really struck me when they were sealing his coffin. Before they did that, you know, they had the 2 pages. That struck me. You know, we all get caught up in our lives and what we've done. 2 simple pages summarizing his entire life and everything he achieved, put into the coffin. But when they put the white silk in his face, representing that, okay, you are going to experience the darkness of this world. When they put the lid on the coffin, you're in darkness forevermore. But the light of God will always be in your face.
I also think there's such power in in seeing all this and showing it, because this is something we often sort of hide away and dress up as pretty and, you know, put makeup on people who are dead and you know, talk in hushed whispers. You're seeing everything, and I think there's such strength and power and meaning in that.
One of the very solemn moments that will happen at the end of the Mass is the casket will be blessed with holy water and incense. Two symbols, 2 ritual acts that Catholics will be familiar with, and others who have seen a Catholic funeral. And eventually a great hymn will be sung called the In Paradisum. And that hymn begins with the words, "May the angels lead you into paradise." And so these familiar rituals give us a sense of comfort and great consolation as we enter into those prayers.
Not even 2 minutes into our conversation, and Father Lorenzo de Bedia, known here as Padre Toto, needs the mic off him. He's got to go. As a Catholic priest working in one of Argentina's villas, or simple, humble neighborhoods, Padre Toto's work does not stop. As he pedals away,
All right, so he said he's going 25 blocks on his bike.
We try to keep up.
Is that him? No, that's not him.
He's heading here.
But you can see a lot of these people are now just getting off the bus as they've come in from places outside of Buenos Aires.
A gathering of the working class.
She's explaining to me what the cartoneros are, and she said it's individuals who on their own will basically collect things that are to be recycled, and then they'll sell them to make a living.
They're here combining a planned protest for higher.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. All right, so I just seen C says, "Oh no, man, Father." This says, according to the Bible. Well, this comes from Matthew 23:9. Okay. Matthew 23:9, where Jesus instructs his disciples to not refer to earthly leaders as fathers. But this teaching is not about disallowing someone to call their biological parent father, but rather about warning against giving undue honor and authority to human religious leaders. Don't shoot the messenger, okay? Just listen to the message.
Pay and better benefits with a warm tribute to Pope Francis.
And she said Pope Francis would look around as she believes and would see this crowd and see it as his people, the humble.
Which explains why Padre Toto's here.
He's clearly well known here.
And too busy still for a chat, suggesting we try tomorrow.
All right, we're going to focus on to the next. Okay. Shout out to the Pope. May so rest in peace. All right, so HHS Secretary RFK Jr. speaks about his addiction and how he struggled with his past struggles of illicit drugs in Nashville, Tennessee, and what he's doing now to sort of kind of like help others who are going through the same. Here we go.
He has spent his entire career in public service, starting in 1985 as an attorney for the environmental nonprofit.
Who was like a dog.
Kennedy
By this disease, and my life was, and my family is no exemption. I lost my brother, who was my closest friend, to this disease. I lost another brother, not directly through overdose, but through what I believe is a symptom of this disease. During the pandemic, I lost a niece who was like a daughter to me, who lived in our home for much of her life, went on vacations with us, and we think that she took her first drug and overdosed on it and died at my mom's house. I lost another niece a few months later, not to death, but she's a quadriplegic. She was sober. She went out. She went out for just a night, and she became a quadriplegic. And so we're all affected by this. And I was personally affected, so I'm HHS secretary. And I was given a speech by one of my agencies, by Samson, or by two of them, and it was loaded with the grim inventories that document the terrible, the catastrophic cost of this disease in recent years to our country. I thought it might be more helpful to all of you if you to share some of my own experience with this disease and some of the lessons that I've learned from recovery. I was born in a very and raised in an extremely close and Catholic family. I don't know if my addiction was a result of genes. My mother family had alcoholism all the way back to the Neanderthal times. And she was one of the only members to escape it, or whether it came from trauma or anything. And it's really irrelevant how I got it. People say you don't look at the past, you look at the past, but you don't stare at it. And, I know that the only way that I stay sober is through taking responsibility for my daily actions. By accepting things I can't control and trying to practice gratitude for them. And with the knowledge that the only thing that I really control is this little piece of real estate inside of my own shoes. And I can have control over my behavior, my daily conduct, and not of the world around me. And I can't let the world around me control me. But I was close. I had a huge family, 29 cousins, 11 brothers and sisters, all very close. We went to daily mass in the summertime, sometimes 2 masses a day. We said the rosary every night. We prayed before and after each meal. We read the Bible every night. And I integrated a lot of that into my life. It was an Irish Catholic community, and the schools and our family was conscious that this disease disproportionately impacts our race. We call it the Irish flu. And that and there was a custom in our schools to take the pledge, which came from Ireland. So you would swear that you would never take a drink in your lifetime. And you were given a pledge pin if you were willing to take that vow. And I took it when I was a kid, and I took that responsibility very serious, that commitment very seriously. By the time I was 15 years old, I never even drank coffee. And my father died the summer before. And that summer, I went to a party, a going-away party for the elder brother of a friend of mine who was being shipped to Vietnam. He'd been drafted, and the party turned into a melee, and he ended up hitting a cop and going to jail instead of Vietnam. But I was hitchhiking home from that party, and an older boy who I knew but only vaguely picked me up, and he offered me a tab of LSD. And LSD had come to Cape Cod that night. This was 1969. And a lot of people in my town, as it turned out, had taken it. I would never have taken it, but the town that I lived in had one store, and it had a post office at one store. And every Tuesday, the comic books came to that store. And I was addicted to comic books, as were a lot of my peers. And my favorite comic was a comic called Turok, Son of Stone, which was about these two Indians. And about 2 weeks before, the episode was that they had taken mescaline or peyote or some kind of hallucinogen, and they were transported back in time, and they saw dinosaurs. And I had a deep interest in paleontology. And I said to the guy, if I take that, will I see dinosaurs? And he said, you might. And I ended up taking it, and I had this wonderful experience of very, very intense hallucinations. But in the morning, I was remorseful. And I was kicking myself and saying, you swore you would never do this. You broke your commitment to yourself. And I swore to myself I would never take drugs again. And I was walking home from the town, which is about 3 miles from my home. And I was getting darker and darker as I crashed from the acid. And when I saw it, and I had to go home and face my mom. I had violated my curfew, and my mother had invented tough love. And I saw some older boys in the woods near my home. And I went in to see what they were doing, and I told them that I was crashing on the acid. And they said, try some of this. And it was a line of crystal meth. And I took it, and all my problems went away, just evaporated. I felt better than I'd ever felt in my life. And my progression, they say that your addiction is doing push-ups when you're not doing it and getting strong. And my addiction came on full force. And within about 3 weeks, I was shooting meth. And by the end of the summer, I was shooting heroin, which was my drug of choice for the next 14 years, until I was 28 years old. And to me, I tried earnestly, sincerely, and honestly to quit constantly. I made pledges to my brothers, to my friends, to my family. I took vows. I wrote out agreements and contracts. I saw a psychiatrist. I did everything that I could think of, and nothing worked. And to me, the most demoralizing feature of this disease was my incapacity to keep contracts with myself. And I would tell myself at 9 in the morning, I'm never going to do that again, and I would absolutely believe it and be committed to it. By 4 o'clock, I was doing it, and I had no control over that person that I was going to be at 4 o'clock. And of course, like most addicts, I interpreted this as a moral failure, as a character failure. And that fed this addiction of morosity, of self-loathing, of darkness. And I came in, I got arrested in September of 1983. And at that time, the cat was out of the bag, and I was able to do things, including go to 12-step programs, which I would have never done before. Because of my family and the way that I've been raised, the last thing I would do was to share the secrets that I had with a crowd that I didn't know. So suddenly I could do that. And I knew that I needed a spiritual awakening, because I did not want to be the person that I was. I wanted to be just a normal person who didn't wake up in the morning thinking of drugs and thinking about them all day and devoting my energies to that. I wanted to be somebody who just got up in the morning and went to work and had a normal life. I didn't want to be that person. And I definitely did not want to be somebody who was white-knuckling it who's on the street trying to not take drugs but wanting them all the time. I just wanted to be a different person. I've 12-stepped many people in my program over the years, and a couple of times people said to me, including a cousin who's now dead from this disease, he said to me, I don't want to go to that program, that 12-step program, because they brainwash you. But if somebody had said to me that time, and I could get brainwashed, I would say, bring it on, because my brain needed washing. I did not want to be that person. And I had a friend, my little brother's best friend, who used to take drugs the same way that I did, and snorting lines and shooting dope. And he became a Moonie. He joined the Unification Church. And he became a follower of Reverend Sun Myung Moon. And he would still hang out with us, but he just didn't want drugs anymore. And we could do them right in front of him. And he had no compulsion. And I used to think about him when I first started getting sober. And I would think to myself, because I had a lot of biases at that time, oh, I'd rather be dead than be a Moonie. But I wish there was some way for me to distill whatever he had that made him impervious to that compulsion without becoming, a religious nuisance. And at that time, I picked up a book that was just laying on a table by Carl Jung called Synchronicity. The only reason I picked it up was because there was an album by the Police at that time by the same name. And it had just come out. And I didn't know what the word was. And synchronicity is a coincidence. It's like the kind of thing that all of us experience at one time or another. Or you're, for example, talking about somebody that you haven't thought about in 20 years, and the phone rings and it's that person on the phone. And Jung, who was a deeply spiritual man and played a key role in developing the spiritual dimensions of the 12-step program, he was a protege of Freud. And unlike Freud, who was an avowed atheist, Jung was a deeply spiritual man. And he had authentic spiritual experiences from when he was a little boy. And he said in this book he was trying all these ways he had a lot of synchronicities in his life. And they were transformational experiences for him. For example, at one point he was sitting with a patient on the third floor of his sanatorium, which was the biggest sanatorium in Europe. And it was a female patient, and she was talking about a dream. And the fulcrum of that dream was a scarab beetle, which is a creature that doesn't exist in Northern Europe. It's a very common piece of iconography with a spiritual resonance on the hieroglyphics of Egypt, on the tombs, the obelisks, etc. And while he's talking to her, he hears this bing, bing, bing on the wall, on the window behind him. And he doesn't want to take his attention away from the patient to find out what it is. But finally, in exasperation, he stands up and throws open the window, and a scarab beetle flies in and lands in his palm. And he turns to the woman and says, this is what you were dreaming about. And those kind of things happen to him all the time. And he believed that was God's way of breaking all of his rules, the rules of probability, of chance, of biology, of physics, to reach in and touch us on the shoulder and say, I'm here with you and looking at, and watching you, and I'm with you and giving you strength. And Jung tried to reproduce that in a clinical setting. He's a very faithful scientist, as well as a deeply spiritual man. So he put one guy in one room and another guy in another room, and he'd have them turn over cards and try to guess what the other guy had picked. And if he felt that if he could break the laws of probability, that he would have proven that there is in other words, the natural laws, and he would have proven that there's something supernatural. And that was the first step to proving the existence of a God, which he was very interested in doing. And he says in this book, which I really respect, is that he could never succeed in doing that. But he said, But he said that he was unable to prove the existence of God using empirical spiritual tools, empirical or scientific tools. Having seen tens of thousands of patients come through his facility, he said he could prove that people who believed in God got better faster, and that their recovery was more enduring. And for me, that was much more impactful than if he had said that he had proved the existence of God, which I wouldn't have believed. What he was saying is that if you believe in God, you're more likely to get sober, and that your sobriety is going to be more enduring. And so I had believed in God from when I was a kid, and that was completely integrated into my system. And when you live against conscience for a long period of time, you push any notion of God over the periphery of your horizons. So God, at that point in my life, was a theoretical construct. It wasn't a being who had any kind of relationship with me on a day-to-day basis. So I made just an intellectual decision, because at that time I had committed, and I will do anything that improves my chance of sobriety, even by 1%. So I just made a decision, I'm going to start believing in God. And then I was confronted with this dilemma that everybody who makes that kind of decision confronts, which is, how do you start believing in something that you can't see or smell or touch or taste or acquire with your senses? And Jung solves that problem. He says, fake it till you make it. Act as if. And the obedience and the faith will precede the evidence. The evidence will become overwhelming. At first, you have to make that choice. So I made this decision, and I started behaving like that. I knew what it looked like to have faith, and I put religious iconography, a picture of St. Jude as a saint of hopeless causes, St. Francis, who was my patron saint, and other religious iconography around my bed. I knelt and prayed, and I prayed for faith, because I didn't have any. And I prayed to make it easier for me to believe in something. And I started then behaving as if there was God up there, and he was watching me all the time, and that I had to behave myself even when I didn't have an audience. So I started breaking my day down into about 40 different moral decisions. Do I stay and do I get up when the alarm goes off? Or do I stay in bed another 15 minutes with my indolent thoughts? Do I make the bed when I go up? I've been on the road for 2.5 years living in hotels, and I make the bed every day, which is insane. But I do it. I do it because I made a commitment, and I can keep commitments now. I do it because what I'm trying to do is to build character, and not to make a big pile for myself, and whoever dies with the most stuff wins. And it's all about building character, because the wealth you build, the fame, is illusory. Do I put the water in the ice tray when I put the ice tray back in the freezer? When I reach into my closet and pull out some blue jeans, and all those little wire hangers fall on the floor, do I shut the door like I used to and say that's somebody else's job, I'm too much of a big shot for that? Or do I go in and clean up my mess? Do I put the shopping cart back in the place where it's supposed to go in the park, rather than leaving it in the parking lot? When I first got sober, about probably 6 or 8 weeks into sobriety, my life was getting very, very small from addiction. And it started getting very big again. And I was running through National Airport to catch a plane that was mission critical that I'd be on that plane. I was already late and probably going to miss it. And as I was running, I was putting Dentine in my hand. And I was thinking, if the apocalypse is going to happen if I don't get on that plane. I was putting a piece of Dentine in my mouth, and I balled up the wrapper. And as I ran, I threw it, and the wrapper did a perfect arc, swishing right into the trash can. And as I was running by, I noticed out of the corner of my eye that it jumped back out again. It must have hit something in there. And I said to myself, well, that's God's fault because I made the shot. So, and I got about 40 feet down that runway, and it just started eating at me. And ultimately, I put on the brakes and went back and put that in. And I made the plane. But the most important thing I did that day was that little act, because that's how I maintain that posture of surrender. And for me, surrender was easy when I first came in, because my life made it obvious that I didn't know how to run things, and I had to let somebody else, which was God, run them. When the cash and prizes start flowing in, my inclination is to say, thanks God, I got it from here, and take the wheel of the car and drive off the cliff again. And the challenge for me, and I think for all of us who are trying to maintain long-term sobriety, is how do we stay in that posture of surrender, even when everything's going well in our lives. And my life started going well, and these miracles began. When I first came in September of 1983, I go to a meeting every day. I got off the plane last night, I went to a meeting. And when I came in 42 years ago, I said to a guy, how long do you have to keep coming to these meetings? And he said, just keep coming till you like it. I've been coming 42 years, and I still don't like it. But I go every day because when I go, the rest of my life works. The lights turn green for me. The parking places open up. People answer the phone. The projects that I work on get over the goal line. And it's kind of this magic that it makes no sense logically. And then when things do go wrong, I know how to handle crises. I know what to say to people when they have a loved one lost. I know how to handle failure in my own life. And I've learned that God talks to me through other human beings. God talks to us through many vectors, through each other, through organized religions, through the great books of those religions, through wise people, through art, literature, music, poetry, through nature. But nowhere with the kind of texture and grace and precision and joy is through other human beings. And addiction is about isolation. Addicts end up in jails, institutions, and death. And even when I was surrounded by people, which was the truth, for much of my life, I was still alone because I was looking at life and relationships through this mesh of dishonesty, of vanity, of arrogance, and a complete lack of intimacy, a complete, real, authentic connection to community. And part of this program that I work is about increasing my connection to community and seeing God in every person, even people that I don't particularly like. In fact, God talks to me most through those people. So when somebody gives me the finger on the street because they don't like my driving, I have to say that's God talking to me. And what does he want me to learn? What does he want me to learn from this interaction? What am I supposed to do with this interaction? Should I pray for that person? Or should I pull him out of the car, which is what I used to do? And it has a magical impact on me. Thank you very much. We have an addiction and overdose crisis in this country that I think last year we lost 106,000 kids. This is double the number that we lost during the 20-year Vietnam War. And we need to pay the same attention to this crisis, which is a national security threat and a threat to everything we love about our country as Vietnam. And you know, President Trump was in, 3 weeks ago, he met with Claudia Sheinbaum, the new president of Mexico, and he said to her, all of the drugs are coming through your country. Do you have a addiction problem? And she said, no, not really. And he said, why is that? And she said, because we have strong families in this country. And one of the things that addiction is a source of misery. It's also a symptom of misery. And it's a source. It makes the addict miserable, and it makes everybody who he has relationships with miserable. It's also a symptom of misery, of grief, of trauma, of loneliness, of alienation, of dispossession. One of my favorite quotes from C.S. Lewis is he said, I spent so much time with grief that I spent so much time with anger that I came to know that her name was grief. And all of us have grief in our lives and trauma in our lives, everybody. And for me, my solution for trauma was I felt like I was born with an empty hole inside of myself, that I had to fill it with things outside of myself. And those are the only things that work for me. And every addict feels that way in one way or another, that they have to fix what's wrong with them. And the only thing that works are drugs. And so the threats that you might die, you're going to ruin your life, were completely meaningless to me, because I needed relief from that pain. And I found that in the 12-step program, because 12 steps are about getting rid of isolation, overcoming isolation, and reestablishing our connection to community. And I see each of us as a vessel of godliness, and that we're connected to all these different relationships. Some of them are very big, like PVC pipes coming into this vessel. Those are our wives, our children, our parents, our aunts, our mothers, our best friends. And then some of them are little tiny pipes, like the guy who gives a finger to me on the street. They're all relationships, and if we're working well, then there's liquid flowing through that into us, and our job is to amplify it and send it back out to the world. That's God's power. What addiction does is our character defects, our pride, anger, lust, envy, gluttony, avarice, sloth, dishonesty, selfishness, arrogance. We plug up each of those gems, and by the end we're alone, and that vessel is stagnant. And that's the definition of insanity. And the 12-step programs that I practice are about going out, admitting and dealing with your own character defects, acknowledging them, and even learning to love them. And then unclogging all of those channels by going out and making amends to people we harmed. And in that way, God's power comes back into us. Now, what does that mean for national policy? What it means is we have to do all of the nuts and bolts things that you are all involved with, the practical, pragmatic things. We need Suboxone, we need methadone, we need naltrexone, we need Narcan, we need good fentanyl detectors that can detect it on pills, etc., so the kids are less likely to overdose. We need prevention. We need education. And we need treatment. And we have $4 billion at my agency to finance those solutions and those attacks on addiction and overdose. But that alone, throwing money at it, is not alone going to work. We need to really focus on reestablishing, these historic ties to community. We have this whole generation of kids who's lost hope in their future. In 2013, there was a poll in which people under 40 years of age were asked, are you proud of the United States of America? And 90% of them said yes. The same poll taken last year, 17% said yes. So you have this whole generation of children that's lost faith in our country, lost because they've lost faith in their own futures. And they've lost their ties to community. And one of the things we need to do by the way we live our own lives individually, but also through policy changes, is to try to reestablish for those kids, one, hope for the future, but also a sense of connection and usefulness to community. And there's many ways that we can do that, and particularly through service. Bill Wilson established the AA program. Well, you know, he went to the Oxford Group, which was the predecessor organization, which had 8 steps. That were 8 of the steps that are part of the AA program, but originally there was just 8. And they were designed to induce a spiritual awakening, and he had a spiritual awakening. His desire, like for me, the day I had it, I never had a desire for drugs and alcohol. And the same thing happened to him, and he was 6 months down the road. Could not imagine that he'd ever drink again. It was incomprehensible to him that anything like that would ever happen. He went out to Akron, Ohio, then inked a deal to buy the big vendor for Firestone and Goodyear, which had made him a millionaire during the height of the Depression. And he had spent his entire fortune preparing for that deal. When he got out there, another company came in and undermined it, and they signed the deal. And he had a moment standing in the lobby of the Mayflower Hotel in Akron, and the entire compulsion to drink came back to him in full force, like he'd never experienced it before. And he was 20 feet from the lounge. He could hear the clinking of the ice in the glass. He could hear the laughter of the patrons. And it was summoning him to go back into that bar. And he had the central revelation of all the 12-step programs, which was the only way he was going to stay sober that night, is if he found another alcoholic to help. And he went into a phone booth and started frantically dialing preachers, Salvation Army hospitals, looking for an alcoholic in Akron. And he found Dr. Bob. And Dr. Bob agreed to meet with him. Dr. Bob had heard it all and was not interested, but he agreed because he was a nice guy. And when he walked in, he said, "You got 15 minutes." They ended up talking all night, and that was the first AA meeting. And they agreed the next day, the only way we can still stay sober is by helping another alcoholic. So service. And Bill Wilson realized you can't live off the laurels of a spiritual awakening. You get a daily reprieve. You have to renew the spiritual awakening every day, and the way that you do that is being useful to another person. And, you know, I tell people who are unhappy with their lives, who lost a boyfriend or a girlfriend, who are in a depression, I say one of the best ways to deal with that is to wake up in the morning and instead of saying, what can I do to make myself happy? What can I do to make myself more loved? What can I do to get my boyfriend back? I say, when you get up in the morning, you have to ask one question. You have to say, reporting for duty, sir. And then you have to ask one question and say one prayer. Please make me useful to another human being today. So, you know, I would encourage you all to think broadly about what our mission is, because it's not just about making sure every cop and every paramedic has naltrexone. That's important. And it's not just a prevention on the border. That's important. It's not just making sure that every addict, when they have those moments, when they're willing to ask for help, that there's a rehab ready for them to go to. And that is critically important. There are bigger issues. How do we restore our families? How do we restore that commitment to community? You know, I was in Virginia the other day, and I went to a school where they have cell phone use banned. It's a public school. The grades have skyrocketed. The test scores have skyrocketed. The violence has dropped. I walked through the lunchroom and saw kids talking to each other. Nobody was looking at a cell phone. I went to the Mennonite community a couple of weeks ago. The same thing. There were kids. They discouraged the use of cell phones. The kids. We had a huge mass dinner with 400 people. The kids were all sitting together, talking and laughing. They were out playing in the parking lot with each other, and nobody was looking at a cell phone. And these little devices that we have are taking us away from each other. And that feeds the addiction crisis. And what we need to learn to do is one of the great things that they told me there is they said, when I was at Louisa County in Virginia, they said I talked to the parents and they said it's so great because now the kid is much easier to tell the kid, don't use a cell phone from you drive. Don't use it at the dinner table. And they have dinners with each other where they actually talk with each other. And all of us in this age have a hard time being parents. But we can also educate the parents. Have a meal, sit down with your kids, and have a conversation with the cell phones are banned. And do and then give them opportunities for service. Because everybody wants to be effective in their lives. Everybody wants to be useful. And when you're serving other people, that has a magical impact on your life. It takes away the depression. The self will run riot. You focus instead on another person's problem, at least for a few moments of the day, and that is a reprieve. And we need to think creatively about providing them those opportunities. As saying, banning cell phones in school is one of the things that we need to do to remedy addiction, not just all the standard nuts and bolts things, which we need to do. We need to do everything we can to reestablish hope in our kids, to reestablish a sense of mission in their lives, a sense of purposefulness, and opportunities for them to act as part of a community. So thank you all very much for your commitment to this issue, and God bless you.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. God bless you. Double tap your screen. Subscribe to the channel. Double tap your screen to give this video a like and subscribe to the channel. We also have memberships. It is $4.99 and you guys are the best. However, I want us to do a recap on the Oval Office executive order that President Trump signed on the 23rd. And for RFK Jr., I think he may as well be the runner-up for the Republican Party. Some people would say, well, no, nobody's ever going to vote for RFK. But if you think about it, the next star in the Republican Party would be what, J.D. Vance or Ron DeSantis? Those are like Marco Rubio for sure. He's absolutely articulate and he's skillful with his communication. So Marco Rubio is definitely a name you would mention. JD for sure, because he's sort of like the closest to Trump when it comes to this macho man thing. Because the way he was speaking to Zelensky, you could tell. JD is a man who doesn't take trash. And of course, the people want a commander-in-chief who can actually stand up for Americans. So JD Vance passes, absolutely. But RFK is another star that the Republican Party, he's not in the Republican Party right now. He is an independent, according to his spokesman, and himself is an independent. But Tulsi Gabbard is a Republican now, officially. Really, it depends on how this administration performs. They've done great when it comes to the border, but now with the tariff and the trade negotiations, you better know Americans are waiting. So whatever happens during this 4 years is what determines what's going to happen for 2028. However, some sort of solution has to happen this year. Some sort of solution has to happen this year when it comes to the Trump administration, the trade, and the tariffs. Because if prices for small businesses do not go down, midterms would be really something. Now, a lot of Trump voters, I voted for Trump and support him, but I don't expect him to be 100% right all the time. There are times he's going to be wrong. Absolutely. He's a human being, okay? Nobody's perfect, so I don't expect Trump to be perfect, okay? He's going to screw up, okay? Just like everybody else screws up, okay? He just happens to be the commander-in-chief, okay? He happens to be the president of the United States. So when you screw up as the president of the United States, everybody's watching you. Everybody's looking at you. The world is looking. One silly move, if it's a mistake, then it's not going to be rosy for you. So this year, trade deals has to really make Americans absolutely happy for midterms. For midterms, trade deals has to make Americans happy. That's just the thing. And anybody who tries to act like Trump moving forward is going to ruin the Republican Party. If a Republican come forward and starts acting like Trump, it's going to be hard because only Trump can actually pull a Trump, okay? Whoever tries it will sink because you don't have the resources Trump has. Trump, I mean, look at his CV. Look at what he's done. It's hard for anybody to come up like Trump because he's Trump. And that's why the people who voted for Trump actually supports Trump because he's the only one who has the balls to fix the trade deals we have. He's the only one. Everybody knows China has been screwing the United States for years, Democrats and Republicans, but nobody wants to do anything about it. Now there's a man who is capable, who has the balls to talk to President Xi and say, you know what? We want better deals. I believe everybody should rally behind Trump, at least for the time being, to get a deal, because a deal will be had, okay? There will be a deal, but it's just who's going to blink first, China or the United States. This whole tariff situation was definitely for China. He was just getting everybody else along. But the main person, the main country he wanted to focus on was China and President Xi, which now he has their full attention. But small businesses are definitely experiencing a lot of discomfort now because they have to increase prices. It is just the facts, okay? It is the facts. But these are necessary, I guess, discomfort, because if you could get better deal with China, this would help small businesses in the long run. But for the short time now, it is painful. All right, this is question and answer of the OG for sure with the veterans.
And me, they came out looking good. If I had that look, I would have been president 20 years ago. I wouldn't have had to wait so long. You look great, fellas. But we have many of them. I didn't even realize it at the time, but I visited many of you in the hospital. They did an incredible job. The doctors are absolutely unbelievable, the job they do. So we were having a little meeting, and at the same time, we're signing some very important legislation, what will become legislation, and right now it's an executive order, and having to do mostly with education. We have our Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, who's been so incredible over the last few weeks. I've been watching her on television. I'd like to tell her she could do better, but she can't. She can't do any better. So I want to thank you, Linda. Fantastic. And we also have Commerce, and we have Labor with us today. And you have been, thank you very much. And Howard, thank you very much. And we'll take some questions after we're finished. Maybe I'll ask Will to step forward, and you can go through some of these. Also, Lindsay, you work with Will, two very talented lawyers. as you all know by now.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And we'll go through them. And Linda, why don't you come over here? In fact, why don't the three of you come over here?
We also have a special guest with us today, sir.
Oh, that's right. Annette Albright. Where is Annette? Annette Albright. Charlotte Mecklenburg, school teacher. Very special one. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's a great honor to have you. Got all sorts of awards for talent. That's good. Thank you very much for being with us. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, please.
Sir, the first executive order we have prepared for your attention, there are currently laws on the books requiring certain disclosures of universities when they accept large foreign gifts. We believe that certain universities, including, for example, Harvard, have routinely violated this law, and this law has not been effectively enforced. So this executive order charges your departments and agencies with enforcing the laws on the books with respect to foreign gifts to American universities.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We'll put it right here.
Next for you, sir, university accreditation is currently a process controlled by a number of third-party organizations. That's by statute, by law. Many of those third-party accreditors have relied on sort of woke ideology to accredit universities instead of accrediting based on merit and performance. This executive order affects a number of changes.
Everybody keeps saying, if we bring manufacturing to the United States, the price would be expensive and the cost of production would skyrocket. Okay. So keep getting pharmaceuticals from China. Keep getting pharmaceuticals from Ireland. Keep getting steels from everywhere around the world. Keep getting all of this essentials. So when something bad happens and this country says, you know what? We're not sending them their pharmaceuticals. We're not sending them their medicals anymore. Okay. Then you start crying and saying, well, America should have been produced. China, who everybody knows is a potential formidable enemy. You want to keep making your pharmaceuticals there. You don't want to bring manufacturing back home. You don't want to increase wages. Don't you know when all of those manufacturers come back, that would increase wages for Americans when jobs actually come back to the United States? Because it's going to be hard to manufacture, to build manufacturing companies or whatever here or warehouses. So you're saying don't bring it here. Don't bring it here because it's not. It's going to be hard and it's going to be expensive. Don't bring it back to the United States. Keep it in China. Keep it everywhere else but the United States.
To the university accreditation process also applies to law schools and other sort of graduate programs. But the basic idea is to force accreditation to be focused on the merit and the actual results that these universities are providing, as opposed to how woke these universities have gotten. So we're setting up new accreditation pathways. We're charging the Department of Education to really look holistically at this accreditation mess and hopefully make it much better.
Will we look into the past people that they've taken? For instance, I hear all about certain great schools, and then we read where they're going to teach people basic math that we can all do very easily, but they can't do. They're going to the top school, and they come out with a program of teaching basic math to somebody that got into a Harvard or a Princeton or a Yale. Is that part of this?
When universities are not performing appropriately, whether that's in admissions or whether that's in their actual instructional activities, that's certainly something that accreditors should be considering, that right now we believe they're not doing a good enough job of, and I think Secretary McMahon could probably speak to that better than I could.
So they're allowing people into school that can't do math, and yet kids who've worked really hard and number one in their class in a high school someplace in New Jersey or in Mississippi, they can't get into the best schools. What is that all about?
Yeah, and I think that gets to your policy, sir, of meritocracy, that we should be looking at those who have real merit to get in, and we have to look harder at those universities that aren't enforcing that.
Okay, thank you. And this pretty much does it, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. God bless you for being here. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, and it is currently 12:07 a.m. I am in Atlanta, Georgia. Of course, today's date is the 27th of April, 2025. All right, I see people saying, well, we get our drugs from Denmark. We get our drugs. Well, we make some drugs here in the United States. Yes, we do make some drugs here in the United States. We do have United States domestic production for sure. However, India, China, these are like the major suppliers of our pharmaceuticals. Like, these are public records. You could go search for these things, okay? This is 2025. Just go search. 2025. India is a major source of generic drugs, producing about half of generic drug imported by the U.S. And China is a significant supplier of APIs, with the United States relying on China for a large percentage of the API imports, which is ingredients, okay?
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Sir, during your first administration, you made promoting historically black colleges and universities, HBCUs, a major priority. This executive order takes existing law on HBCUs and brings it into effect. We're going to be setting up a White House initiative on HBCUs. The basic idea here is making sure that every aspect of your administration is working to ensure that HBCUs are able to do their job as effectively and as efficiently as possible.
Okay.
This next executive order relates to artificial intelligence education, sir. You've obviously done a lot in the artificial intelligence space already. The basic idea of this executive order is to ensure that we properly train the workforce of the future by ensuring that school children, young Americans, are adequately trained in AI tools so that they can be competitive in the economy years from now into the future as AI becomes a bigger and bigger deal.
That's a big deal because AI is where it seems to be at. We have literally trillions of dollars being invested in AI. And somebody today, a very smart person, said that AI is the way to the future. I don't know if that's right or not, but certainly very smart people are investing in it heavily. Good. Okay.
Next, sir, we have an executive order on workforce development. This executive order is going to charge numerous departments and agencies within the government to reshape the way that we do workforce development. One example from the executive order, for instance, we're looking to get the total number of apprenticeships, new apprenticeships, up to 1 million in the country to ensure that in critical jobs areas, in areas where we currently don't have enough trained workers, that we're recreating that pipeline to ensure that, particularly as we onshore industrial jobs and new industries, that those industries have the workforce they need to be competitive globally.
Right. Very important.
And this is the EO that we're all here working together.
And in a way, this is like a training center, right, for what we're trying to do, which is jobs at great salaries. These are great salaries, too.
Right, it's exactly. So all those factories that you're bringing in because of your trade policy, we're going to train people in trade craft, bring back trade craft to America so that people can work in these factories with great paying jobs, and we're going to train them, and we're going to remake the American dream for all these people. We're working together.
That's right.
Right, Lori?
Absolutely. This plays right into America at Work Tour, which I have kicked off. We will work with our state partners and work with our businesses to see exactly who they need in that workforce, and we will skill and upskill these apprentices so they can get right to work and get in the field and build back this economy for exactly living the American dream. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Next, sir, we have an executive order on school discipline policies. Under, I believe it was the Biden administration, first Obama and then Biden, the Department of Justice issued guidance that made it almost impossible for schools to enforce adequate disciplinary policies. This created issues in the classroom for teachers and students alike. Basically, they focused on CRT and sort of diversity ideology instead of actually just enforcing the rules in classrooms to ensure a safe learning environment. This executive order revokes that prior guidance and puts us back in a place where hopefully the Department of Education can focus on education and teachers can focus on teaching in a safe environment.
And this was important for you, Linda, as I understand it. Huh?
Yeah, absolutely, because it gives teachers the authority now to have discipline in their classroom and discipline the person who is being disruptive.
Great.
We took that away.
Okay. Nice. Cool. Hey, Linda, you should hold that.
Lastly, sir, we have an executive order on disparate impact theory. This is a theory that underlies a lot of the modern DEI and CRT-driven diversity culture. The basic idea here is instructing your departments and agencies to no longer rely on disparate impact theory as they're regulating, as they're issuing guidance, as they're making rules. We want to focus on results. We want to focus on actual fairness. We want to focus on merit, not things like disparate impact theory and the whole sort of diversity, equity, and inclusion cult.
It's getting out of that, huh?
Yes, sir.
After being in that jungle for a long time. Okay. Thank you. Very good job.
Thank you, sir.
Very much.
Appreciate it.
Very much. Would you like to introduce again Annette, and perhaps Annette wants to say something having to do with that?
To
Annette is right here.
Yes, Annette. Yes, please come over. Would you like to have some comments to make? I know you're a former Charlotte Mecklenburg school teacher. I'm a North Carolina girl, so
yes,
it's nice
New Bern.
to see you. Yes,
Yes.
New Bern.
Yes. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here. This has been an 8-year journey for me to raise awareness to the violence that's in public schools and the critical need to address violence in public schools. Again, been doing it 8 years because most administrations like to keep the violence hidden. We have 3 students that should be here with us today. We have Austin McCaff, I'm sorry if I say his name wrong, Serenity Baker, and Nizir Taylor from Charlotte, North Carolina, who was shot in the back as he was getting off of a school bus because they thought he was a part of a big brawl that happened inside a public high school. So this is very important and critical legislation that we have to keep our educators safe, we have to keep our students safe, and public schools have to be safe environments. So I think, like I said, I've done this journey alone, I've been on it, but I have a whole team behind me now. I spoke at the RNC and I told millions that Donald Trump and his administration was going to make schools great again, and I feel that we're on the right path, and I'm just honored to be here.
Thank you very much. Just to our great vets that are with us, and is it okay if I give her one? What do you think?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. What an honor.
Great job. Could I ask Sarah to speak, Gerardo?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about these great gentlemen.
These heroes, Mr. President, are extraordinary. This is my husband, Michael, and so many of our dear, dear friends who are here today.
Right.
Many of them have met you, sir, in your first administration in the hospital, many times at Walter Reed.
Right.
And they've had long recoveries. Tomorrow, for my husband, marks 15 years since he was wounded in Afghanistan.
Wow.
And on that day, about 6 years ago, he had his 120th surgery post-Afghanistan.
Oh, wow.
And you came
Oh, my
to see
gosh.
him at Walter Reed and so many others. And we saw great reform in the VA. Access, same-day access to prosthetics, mental health care, and we know that that is back. We're going to, these gentlemen were saying, Alex here earlier was saying, in the last few years when he's gone to get a wheelchair, the VA has asked him, this gentleman, they've asked him to prove that he still has his injuries, as though maybe his limbs would grow back. And they unfortunately did not. Yes, and we've seen that many times. And so we're excited for you bringing back the VA accountability, Mission Act, community care, that were the hallmark of your first term. And we're so excited, sir, to be here. We're honored to be here. And thank you for all you do for our nation's heroes.
Thank you. Who's that picture on there?
That is Joe Biden, and it says, "Let's go, Brandon."
I'm saying, what was that picture? That's great.
I told him he wasn't allowed to ask you to sign it.
That's very good. Well, thank you all very much. Would you like to say anything, fellas? There's a big chance you have a lot of good people watching that believe in you. They happen to be the media, but they believe very much in you, like I do. Anybody?
Mr. President, we're very happy with the energy that this administration is bringing, and it's an administration that does what it promises, and so we're behind you. We believe in you, and I think we all love you. We got to speak for everyone.
Thank you very much, and I'm going to get you a better hat. Say I have better hats. That's a good one. That was the original.
It was.
That means he was there.
I've been wearing it before it was cool.
That's right. That's an early one. We'll save that one though, right?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. Anybody, please?
I'd like to stay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was just going to say thank you for loving America, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Very nice. Thank you very much. True.
These are veterans, ladies and gentlemen. Veterans. Wounded veterans.
To say thank you,
honoring Trump.
as he was the one that saved Michael Berardo, put him in the helicopter, and got him off the combat zone.
Wow.
So the selflessness of these men is unspeakable.
That's great. So,
Yeah, he's alive because of that man right here.
That's very good. These are amazing people, great heroes, so that's really great. Anybody else? Yes.
I'd like to say it was an honor to serve. You are worth it. This country's worth it, and it's because of what Christ paid for.
Thank you. And we have a spirit that people haven't seen in many years, at least 5. That they haven't seen. I think even then, because we've been through so much for the last 4 years together, it was so bad. It was so bad what they've done to the borders, what they've done all over the place, and it's really an honor to be with you, all of you. Incredible. And I'm going to give you these coins that I think you're going to really like them. I think they're the best. These are the best coins. And you have your choice. This is gunmetal. I don't know, soldiers like the black, but I think you like this one. It's okay. A lot of soldiers like the black. Here you go. What do you like?
I'll go to black, Mr. President. Yeah.
See, I told you. I have that. These are choices.
I'll take a black one, sir.
Okay, look at this. Oh, that rarely happens. You're different, huh?
I'll take a black one, sir.
Oh, there you go. That's great.
They call the military.
No, but is that I always say the soldiers, they do like it. It's gunmetal. What do we like here?
That's what I heard, that it was gunmetal.
Trump gold is
I'm giving him 2.
We have 3 girls.
One
They're going
for
to
this
fight.
one right here. We'll get another one too. Okay. This is actually fun.
I'll take the gold, Mr. President.
Okay. I thought you were going to take that gold one.
It's actually fun.
Gold one, sir.
Okay, you got it.
I had an opportunity to sail across the Gulf of America 2 days after you named it right.
Oh, wow. Isn't that great? It's been an honor. And now people say it routinely.
Yep.
They don't even think about the other. They say it routinely. That's been a great honor for me. Okay.
I'll take a gold one, sir.
Okay. Almost even. I think gold is an edge.
I would love a gold one,
You
sir.
got it?
Thank you so much. Thank
The
you.
gold. It picked up at the end, right? So you all okay? That's good. So I want to thank you very much, and especially that's a great story. Yeah. So what do you think of a guy like that? Pretty good.
Oh, we actually
Him and him, we all served together.
Wow.
And Jared over there.
So you
And
guys,
I forgot.
so you guys got hit, huh? Pretty good. You got hit.
Pretty good.
Amazing,
We're in
amazing.
a pretty tough area in Kandahar, in the Arghandab River Valley,
Right,
right
it's
outside
tough.
Kandahar.
Their unit had a more than 50% Purple Heart rate, sir,
Wow.
in 2010.
You deserve it. You deserve that and more. We appreciate it so much. Brave, really brave.
Shout out to everybody tuned in right now. All right. This one didn't include the press asking him some questions. Let's go back to the other one because he answered some really delicate questions here.
Ripped off for years and years. These people, you deserve that and more. We appreciate it so much. Brave, really brave, brilliant people. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions of the guys here?
I want to say
President.
thank you to the veterans who are
Absolutely.
here. Thank you so much for defending us. And then I wanted to ask you, Mr. President, because you said you want to bring the tariffs on China down soon. How soon do you want to bring the tariffs on Chinese goods
Well, that
down?
depends on them. We have a situation where we have a very, very great place. It's called the United States of America, and it's been ripped off for years and years. These people know it. We talked about it before you came in. We've been ripped off by every country in the world, practically, and friend and foe. And we're not doing that anymore. So what's happened is Howard, how many countries have we spoken to already?
90.
90. And they all want to make deals, and we're going to make deals, but they're going to be fair deals. They're not going to be rip-off deals. And, we were losing almost $5 billion a year. No country can do that. And now we have it down almost to even, maybe even better than even, because of the tariffs on cars and aluminum and steel. We have tariffs 25% on cars, aluminum, and steel. There's a rush to build new steel plants, a rush to build new aluminum plants, and a biggest rush I've ever seen, that we've ever seen, to build car plants. We have like 11 of them or something, big ones, where you guys maybe work. Maybe you won't want to work. You'll do something else instead of that. But if you like cars, you'd like to work at one of these plants, the biggest plants in the world. 3 of them have left Mexico before construction started, 1 of them during construction. And they're coming to this country. They're coming back. Don't forget, and we get along great with Mexico, but Mexico took 32% of our car building business. So it's amazing what's happened. Remember this number, anywhere from $3 to $5 billion a day. That's not $1 million, that's $1 billion a day. Nobody can even imagine it. And that's what we were losing. And, hence we have $36 trillion in debt and everything else. And in the end, I think what's going to happen is we're going to have great deals. And by the way, if we don't have a deal with a company or a country, we're going to set the tariff. We just set the tariff. It's something that we think that will happen, I'd say, over the next couple of weeks. Wouldn't you say? I think so. Over the next 2-3 weeks, we'll be setting the number. And we're going to pick, could be for China too, could be for China. We're dealing with almost all of them. Too many to fully deal with, but we're going to be fair to them. But we're dealing with a lot of countries right now, and could be with China, but maybe we'll make a special, a deal, and we'll see what it will be. Right now, it's 145%. That's very high. It got there because of the fentanyl. They're sending, massive amounts of fentanyl into our country and killing a lot of people, probably 200,000 plus a year, wiping them out. You probably all have friends who were killed, somebody was killed in your family or your friends with fentanyl, and somehow it's made almost exclusively in China. And as you know, we essentially taxed them 10 and then another 10. We also taxed Mexico 25, and we taxed Canada 25. And that's the kind of money, that's what's pouring into our country right now. And it's gotten us down from losing $3 to $5 billion a day to actually making money, but breaking even, let's say, but we're going to make a lot of money. and that money is going to be used to reduce taxes. We're going to get big tax breaks. We're going to, there was a time, I said it this morning, I think some of you were there, there was a time from 1870 to 1913, it was a long time ago, we were an all-tariff nation. Foreign nations paid taxes. They paid money to us in the form of tariffs. And that was when we were the wealthiest. We were the wealthiest proportionately that we ever were. And they formed committees in 1887 in particular, but they formed committees to determine what we should do with all the money. We had so much money. You guys would have loved it. We had so much money, they didn't know what to do with it. We gave it away to different causes, and you haven't seen that too much anymore, although we give plenty away, but now we shouldn't be giving it away. We have to take care of ourselves first, right? Absolutely. But we were very wealthy, and proportionately the wealthiest we ever were. We built the Panama Canal. Jimmy Carter gave that away for $1, by the way. One of the most profitable
Trump
things
is never going to let Jimmy Carter arrest for that.
We gave it away for $1 to Panama. Why? I don't know. Nobody knows, but that's what we had. We had people like that sitting behind this desk. And that shouldn't have happened. Panama Canal, it was the most expensive thing ever built by our country in history. I'm talking relative dollars. We've never built anything so expensive. I think it was the equivalent of $1.7 billion. And we've never built anything like that. We built a lot of things, but never so expensive. Then we started building other things. We had a lot of money to do it. All based on foreign countries coming in and paying us tariffs. And we're doing that again, and I think we're going to make so much that we're going to be able to reduce taxes in this country by a lot. And we're also going to treat those countries very fairly. But if we don't make a deal, which is possible, we're going to just set the price. Because you remember, they have to come in, they want to come in here, and they want to do business with the United States. So we want to set a fair price, and we'll do that. We're going to be very fair, but we'll set a fair price. And then they can make a determination as to whether or not they want to do business with the United States. And I think most of them will. And I think we're going to treat them very fairly.
Were you worried about what the 145% tariffs were doing to small businesses here in the U.S.? Is that why you're bringing it down?
No. I haven't brought it down. I haven't brought it still 145. I haven't brought it down. I said it's a high tariff. It is a high tariff, but I haven't brought it down. It basically means China's not doing any business with us, essentially, because it's a very high number. So when you add that to the price of a product, a lot of those products aren't going to sell. But China's not doing any business. They were doing $1.1 trillion. Think of that, $1.1 trillion. You know what that is? And it was just very unfair to us. And we were doing very little, relatively very little with them. It was very one-sided. But we get along. I get along very well with President Xi, and I hope we can make a deal. Otherwise, we'll set a price, and hopefully they'll come here and they'll contribute. And if they don't, that's okay.
So on your trip to Rome, there's a lot of leaders attending the Pope's funeral who also said they'd like to meet with you while you're there. Do you have any meetings set up?
Yes, I do. I have a lot of meetings set up. I don't know if I can do it. Do you want to help me out, fellas? I got a lot of meetings. I got every leader in the world, which tells you that we have a good product. It's called the United States of America, and it's great. And these people know about it better than anybody in this room. But we have a great place, and it should be a lot greater. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to make it greater than ever before. It's very simple.
Who are you going to be meeting with, President Zelensky?
Well, I have a lot of meetings set up, yeah.
And are you bringing anyone with you in the U.S. delegation to the funeral, like Secretary Rubio or a former president?
We have a couple of people coming. We'll announce it probably this evening or tomorrow. First Lady's going, and some people are coming with me from staff. But we'll have a number of people going. I'm sure it's going to be a beautiful ceremony. Okay?
So I had one on Ukraine, but I wanted to ask you one about veterans since they are here today, and thank you for your service and sacrifice. I wanted to ask you about the cuts that have been made, including with the VA. Can you assure that veterans like these men here, those that have been suffering from mental health issues or burn pits, for example, will be taken care of?
Yeah, very much so. In fact, they will tell you it's been better with me than any president in history. We had a 92% approval rating, which is unheard of, up 50 points from the previous administration. in my first 4 years, and we're doing better now. And in fact, now they have something, the call-in doctor stuff, where it's really become, modernized and great, where you don't have to go and travel sometimes long distances to get to a clinic or get to the VA. And I just heard this morning, I was listening to Doug Collins, who's the secretary. He was being interviewed, and the numbers are incredible. The approval ratings are the highest I've never heard numbers like this. It's better than the first 4 years. So no, there's no group of people more important than the people in this room. And I am not talking about the media. I'm talking about these people right here. There's no group, and they're going to be taken really well care of. That's very important to me.
And on the war in Ukraine, are you going to be meeting with President Zelensky? He's asked to meet with you this weekend. Will you be meeting with him?
I don't know. I don't know that he's going to the funeral or not, but I just hope he gets this thing solved, because we're losing about, think of this, 5,000. I was saying 2,500, and everyone was telling me that's low. 5,000 soldiers are being killed every week, approximately. Think of that. Every week, 5,000 soldiers, but let's say from 3,000 to 5,000 are being killed. They're Russian and Ukrainian. They're not Americans, but they're Russian, but they're people. And they're humans. They're human beings. They have families. They wave goodbye to their son, and then they get a call that the son's no longer there. It's a vicious war, and if I can help solve it, we're not losing our soldiers, but we're losing soldiers, a lot of people. And if I can solve it because of a certain ability, that would be great. And if it doesn't happen, I will say that I think Russia is ready, and a lot of people said Russia wanted to go for the whole thing. And I think we have a deal with Russia. We have to get a deal with Zelensky, and I hope that Zelensky, I thought it might be easier to deal with Zelensky. So far it's been harder, but that's okay. It's all right. But I think we have a deal with both. I hope they do it, because I'm looking to save, and we spend a lot of money, but this is about a lot of humanity. This is the worst. I get the pictures, the satellite pictures. I've never seen anything like it, of the fields after some of these battles. It's horrible that it's going for nothing. We would have never had this problem. You would have never had that war if I were president. I guarantee you that. And for 4 years, you didn't have it.
Are you hoping to meet with Vladimir Putin? Are you hoping to meet with Vladimir Putin
I will be meeting
in
with
Saudi Arabia?
It's possible, but most likely not. I think we'll meet with him shortly thereafter. Then.
What is Mr. Wickoff going to present to the
Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, during the Biden administration in the campaign, with inflation raging, he lowered interest rates 2 times.
That's right.
Now, with 2 consecutive months of inflation being down, all economic theory you learned in the 8th grade says it's time to cut rates when inflation is down.
You're right.
He's not done that. Have you had any direct conversation with him?
No, I haven't. I haven't called him. I might call him. I haven't called him, but I believe he's making a mistake by not lowering interest rates. And I think as well as we're doing, we'd do much better. He's keeping rates too high. He historically has been late, except when it came to Biden. He was recommended by a certain person that I'm not particularly happy with, but he will hopefully do the right thing. The right thing is to lower interest rates, so we'll see what happens. I think we're sitting on something that's going to be very good. With all the tariff money starting to come in, our country's going to be doing really well, and hopefully we don't have inflation. Groceries are down. When I first came in, you people were there. They hit me with the first day that I was president. Somebody started screaming at me that eggs are up. I said, I just got here. And in the first week, they were going crazy. You remember that, Linda? Yes. They were going crazy. They're saying, egg prices are too. I said, I'm here for 1 week. Just leave me alone. This is the fake news radio. And I said, what can I tell you? But Brooke Rollins, our Secretary of Agriculture, and a group working with her have done an amazing job. And egg prices have gone down 87%. Energy now is down $65 a barrel. They have some energy selling gasoline for less than $2 in a couple of states. Alabama, a couple of great states, but all over the country it's way down from what it was 6 months ago, 3 months ago. And that has a lot to do with the war. When Biden allowed energy to skyrocket, it just skyrocketed. It was out of control. Russia made a lot more money because they make their money on energy. And I kept saying, he supposedly wants to end the war, but he lets energy go out of control. Well, I've gotten it. We are drilling like crazy right now, and we have it down to $65 a barrel. It went up to almost $100 a barrel. And at that number, Putin and Russia made a lot of money. So I think one of the reasons, look, I think he has a certain respect for me, but one of the big reasons is oil prices are down. I think this is a good time to get the war settled. Thank you. Thank you.
One more question.
Thank you for that question.
For those of us that live here in the district, you said when you came in you were going to make Washington, D.C. great again.
Right.
One of the issues we've got right now is we understand there might be an imminent deal between the owner of the Washington football team, whatever you want to call them now, Commanders, and locally in getting the Redskins back to D.C. and RFK Stadium. That's on federal property.
Right.
Are you going to be involved in that negotiation?
Yeah.
And would one of the stipulations be they change their name back to that Redskins?
Oh, I see. Well, that's a little bit, nobody's asked me that one. Look, I think when the Indian population is a great part of this country, a great heritage. And we were talking about Massapequa, Long Island, the Chiefs, they call themselves the Chiefs, or the Kansas City Chiefs. They're not changing their name. A great team, great people, great owners, great coach and quarterback. I love the quarterback, like his girlfriend too, and his wife. His wife is great. She's been a big fan. His quarterback's mother is incredible. I like that team. They're called the Chiefs, and frankly, I see nothing wrong with it. They call them the Warriors, and not that team, but a lot of other teams, and all of these Indian surnames and different names. And I'm saying that I think that's a positive thing. And when you go back to Indians, they poll this. They don't know why these names are being taken off. They're trying to. I think it's degrading to the Indian population, and it's a great population, and they like when they're called by various names. Now, Washington. The Redskins, perhaps that's a little bit different, but I can tell you that I spoke to people of Indian heritage that love that name and they love that team, and I think it's I think it's a superior name to what they have right now, and it had heritage behind it. It had something special. But a lot of the names having to do with, different places, not just Indians, but I think it's, they changed the name of the Cleveland Indians. Why would you take the name Indians off the Cleveland Indians? And now it's called the Cleveland something else, right? Guardians. It just doesn't make sense to me. So we're about bringing common sense back to this country. And it may be popular or unpopular what I'm saying and I've just said to you. See, he's a nice guy. He got a lot out of me on this one, but I think most people agree with me. I think it really is demeaning to Indians. But to change the name of the Cleveland Indians, as an example, to the Cleveland Guardians, is not the same, and I'm sure it has an impact on the team. Please.
Sir, thank you, sir. Elon Musk said he'll be stepping back from his work with Doge a little bit and only dedicating maybe a day or two a week to it. How long would you like to see that continue, and how involved would you like to see him continue to be after?
Well, first of all, I can't speak more highly about any individual. He's an incredible guy. He's a brilliant guy. He's a wonderful person. I've seen him with his family. I've seen him with a lot of his children. He's got a lot of children. He treats them good. He loves his children. But he's a brilliant guy, and he was a tremendous help, both in the campaign and in what he's done with Doge. And we're talking about almost $200 billion and rising fast, because many of the things that we were looking at are now being found out to be fact. It's terrible. I mean, the fraud, the waste, the abuse, the everything that's happened is just terrible. So I also know that he was treated very unfairly by I guess you'd call it the public, by some of the public, not by all of it. I say he makes an incredible car, everything he does is good, but they took it out on Tesla. And I just thought it was so unfair because he's trying to help the country. But he has helped the country. I also want him to make sure that he's going to be in great shape, and I know he is. I mean, he's going to do great. He loves the country. He didn't need to do this. He did it. And I told him, I said, whenever you're ready, I'd like to keep him for a long time, but whenever you're ready, he's an exceptional guy. When you see those rockets go up and come back and land in the same gantry, Nobody else can do that but this man. So he's just an incredible person, and he's a friend of mine, and he's a nice person, too. He's a very nice person. He really helped the country, saved us a lot of money. And I heard him say that he'll start easing, he was always at this time going to ease out. And when he goes back to Tesla, that'll be taken care of. It's artificial. These were sick people that thought they were doing something. He's a great patriot, and it shouldn't be the way, that should never have happened to him. And I will tell you right now, he makes a great product. He makes a great product. It's a great car. It's great everything. Starlink is great. What he does is good. He's doing medical things that are amazing. And we have to, at some point, let him go and do that. And we expect him to be doing it about this time. But I'll talk to Elon about it. Thank you for the question.
Mr. President, a second question.
Yeah.
Canada has an election coming up. Do you have a prediction for that, and what do you think the results of
With respect to Canada?
With the negotiations?
Oh, I don't want to predict other nations' elections. It's tough enough doing this one. Look, I love the Canadian people. I like Canada. But it's costing us $200 billion a year to support Canada. $200 billion. And I say, why are we doing that? You know what? We can make our own cars. We have more energy than they do. We have more energy than anybody in the world. We don't need their lumber, obviously. We have more lumber. We have a lot of lumber. We have a lot of everything that they sell us. But in particular cars, they took a large percentage of the car making, and I want to bring it back to this country. I really don't want cars from Canada. So when I put tariffs on Canada, they're paying 25%, but that could go up in terms of cars. When we put tariffs on, all we're doing is we're saying we don't want your cars in all due respect. We want really to make our own cars, which is what we're doing in record numbers now. You know, we're going to be at record levels in a very near future because of all the plants, the car plants that are being built. And I'd rather see them made in Michigan and made in South Carolina and made in different states, Tennessee. We have a lot of great car-making states, and we have some that aren't car-making yet, but they will soon be car-making states. And that's what I want to see for our country. At the same time, I want to help Canada. I have spoken to the current Prime Minister. He was very, very nice, I will say. Very nice. We had a couple of very nice conversations, very good. But I don't think it's appropriate for me to get involved in their election.
Mr. President, if I may, this deal that you have with Russia, does it include recognizing Russia's sovereignty over Crimea?
Well, everything is good. Look, I just want to see the war end. I don't care. If they're both happy, they both sign an agreement. I have no favorites. I don't want to have any favorites. I want to have a deal done. I want to save the lives. Now, with that being said, we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars through Biden. Biden should have never let that war happen. We're spending hundreds of billions, maybe $350 billion we've given to Ukraine. And we could use that money right here. So I'd like to see that. But most importantly right now is when I see the pictures, the satellite pictures of the battlefield, if I can stop that because of an ability I have to do things, I want to see if I can do that. Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you. On tariffs, you just mentioned that on 25% could go up on cars in terms of Canada. Does that mean that you're considering changes to the auto tariffs and auto parts?
No, we're not considering it now, but at some point it could go up, yeah, because, again, we don't really want Canada to make cars for us, to put it bluntly. We want to make our own cars, and we're now equipped to do that. They took a lot of our car business. Mexico, too, took a lot of our car business. We want to make the cars here. I'm running this country. I'm not running Canada. And that's why I asked Trudeau, who I call Governor Trudeau affectionately, but I asked him, why are we spending $200 billion to support Canada, to subsidize Canada? And he was unable to answer the question. I mean, why are we doing that? And I have to be honest, as a state, it works great. As a nation, considering the fact that most of the nation, 95% of Canada, what they do is they buy from us and they sell to us. They sell to us. If we didn't buy their oil, and we don't need their oil. We have more oil than anyone, but we don't need their oil. We don't need their lumber. We don't need their cars. We don't need anything. So I said, why are we doing this? Why are we spending $200 billion? It doesn't make sense. If we needed something, that would be a different subject. So I'm working well with Canada. We're doing very well. We're working on a deal. We'll see what happens. But again, why, representing this country, why are we spending $200 billion to support and subsidize another country? Because if they didn't have us, and if we didn't spend that money, as Trudeau told me, they would cease to exist. He said that to me. They would cease to exist, which is true, certainly as a country.
And then on tourism, there's been a steep drop-off in international travel to the United States. It was down 12% last month, down even more from Western Europe. Why do you think that there are fewer people suddenly who want to travel to the United States?
Well, there could be a little, there's a little nationalism there, I guess, perhaps. It's not a big deal, but, with the dollar being where it is, because, China would always fight for having a low dollar. Japan would always fight for having a low dollar, meaning a low yen, or in the case of China, the yuan. They'd always want to have I'd speak to President Xi a lot. I'd say it's unfair that your yuan is so low. I'd call up a great man, Prime Minister Abe, great man, Shinzo, who was unfortunately assassinated. And I used to tell you, he was a good friend of mine. I used to say, Shinzo, you can't let your yen go down. It makes it very hard for us to sell tractors. It makes it very hard for us to get tourism. And our dollar is a little bit on the low side. And that means that a lot of tourism is going to come in. But I could see a little bit nationalism at work. And I could see it likewise with us not wanting to go to certain countries. But that will work out very easily.
Do you think some people are scared to come here because they hear the stories of tourists who are detained for a few days or even a week or two?
No, we treat our tourists great. We're the tourism capital of the world. There's no place like this. And there may be a little bit of nationalism, but I doubt it. I actually doubt it, yeah.
Mr. President, has there been any direct contact between the U.S. and China for trade at all?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And
every day.
Every day. And then secondly, would you support a millionaire tax?
I think it would be very disruptive because a lot of the millionaires would leave the country. In the old days, they left states. They'd go from one state to the other. Now with transportation so quick and so easy, they leave countries. You'll lose a lot of money if you do that. And other countries that have done it have lost a lot of people. They lose their wealthy people. That would be bad because the wealthy people pay the tax. Okay?
So how did the talks today go in London? Do you think that the asks from Ukraine and
I think they went well. I mean, we got to get two strong people, two smart people to agree. And as soon as they agree, the killing will stop. But I think they went well, pretty well.
So Mr. President, we understand that your economic team, many of them are here today, J.D. Vance, has negotiated what's been called a monster trade deal with India, like biggest one ever. Can you share with us what some of the framework of that might be?
You said England.
India.
India?
India.
Oh.
Muslim.
They're not very complicated, these deals. It's about the tariffs. India charges almost more than any other country in the world. And believe it or not, we do very little business with India, other than the fact that I like the Prime Minister very much. He's a friend of mine. He was here 2 weeks ago, as you know. And we stood right outside at a news conference. Unfortunately, the grass was very wet. And it was very hard for people to stand on the grass. They got their shoes all ruined. But other than that, it was a very good news conference. And he's a great guy. But we do very little business. You know why? Because their tariffs are so high. They have among the highest tariffs, higher than China. They have among the highest tariffs in the world. And I understand they're going to reduce those tariffs. But it's really sort of their problem, not ours. We do very, very little purchasing in India because and selling. We do very little selling. I mean, Harley Davidson, I said, how are you doing in India? This is about 6 years ago. They came to lunch It's a great American company. They make the motorcycles. And I said, how are you doing in India, as an example? Well, we don't do any business there. Why? Because the tariffs are too high. I said, that's interesting. Well, what are you going to do? He said, well, we're going to build a plant in India. And that's what they did. I don't want that to happen. They were forced to build a plant. Well, essentially what we're doing is the same thing. Remember, there's no tariff when they build their plant here. And everybody wants to build because they don't want to. And the higher the tariffs go, the more likely it is they come in and build a plant. You know, I mean, if it's 25%, that's fine. If it's 50%, you'll get more plants. 75, you get more. At 100, you get more than that. And they're all coming in at numbers that I don't think, Howard, there's ever been numbers like we've seen.
Never.
$7-8 trillion worth in 2 months. Because it took me a month to get started, in all fairness. But in 2 months, we did this. And now we're coming up on 100 days, first 100 days. And I think we're going to be close to $8 trillion. There was never any president that did even a tiny percentage of that. Okay, any other questions?
Sure. What about a deal signed, one of the deals signed by your 100-day mark, and China is saying that you were threatening and blackmailing them into a deal? What would be your response?
Well, I mean, China, look, I have great relationships in China, and with President Xi in particular, but China has been charging us massive tariffs for many years. That's one of the reasons they were able to steal so many of our companies. They took our companies out of America, and they built their plants in China. And one of those things, so now we're reversing it, but at levels that nobody's ever seen before. No, we're going to get along great with China, I have no doubt about it. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, President. Thank you.
Shout out to the OG, President Trump. You can say anything about this guy, but you could never say he's not effective, he's not hardworking. This is his 96th day in office, or 97th day, and he's done so much. Of course, he said day one, of course, but I mean, who ends a war on day one? Nobody. So, with that being said, who is going to be the next pope? Who's going to be the next pope?
In the coming weeks, the focus will shift to a single chimney at the Sistine Chapel, where the world will wait for a puff of white smoke, the ancient signal that a new pope has been selected. During the conclave, which is a centuries-old tradition, cardinals under the age of 80 are locked inside the Sistine Chapel, cut off from the world, casting ballots in total secrecy until one man receives a two-thirds majority vote. And in a testament to the Pope's reach beyond religion, viewers have been streaming Conclave, the film based on the best-selling novel by Robert Harris. They've been doing so in record numbers, a stunning 3,200% spike in viewership since Francis's death. And joining us now is the author himself, Robert Harris. His book, Conclave, was the blueprint for the Oscar-nominated film starring Ralph Fiennes, Stanley Tucci. He knows the process and its drama better than most. Robert, thank you for being here. So the movie was loyal to your book. How loyal was the book to the actual process?
Well, I did my best to make it as accurate as I could. I read everything I could lay my hands on about conclaves. The Vatican very kindly allowed me to visit all the behind-the-scenes locations where the conclave takes place, where the cardinals are sequestered in the Casa Santa Marta, the Sistine Chapel, the robing room, which is called the Room of Tears, where the new Pope is he puts on the costume before he goes to show himself to the faithful for the first time. So they gave me a lot of insight, and I also talked to a cardinal who'd taken part in a conclave. I made it as accurate as I could. I was a journalist before I became a novelist, so I tried to get the facts straight.
And it was the elevation of Bergoglio, Pope Francis, that actually was your inspiration, as I understand it, taking in that scene. How so?
Yes, I watched the appearance of the new Pope Francis on the balcony overlooking St. Peter's Square. And just before the new Pope appears, all the windows, the high windows on either side, fill up with the faces of the cardinal electors who've just chosen him. And the camera panned along. I was probably watching CNN. The camera panned along those faces, and you saw these men, elderly men, some looking rather crafty, others benign, some stern, some happy. And I thought, that must be what the Roman Senate looked like in ancient Rome. I wrote a trilogy of novels about Cicero, and I thought, there's something has gone on here, an election. How did they arrive at this guy? And I thought, I'll try and write about this, because I was a political journalist. And I thought, this is the ultimate election. This is the World Cup final of elections. And let me see if I can try and reconstruct what happened.
So let me ask you to draw on your background as a political journalist. I won't ask you to handicap how it all turns out, but I'm intrigued by the constituencies. Here in the United States, the constituencies are conservatives and progressives, Republicans and Democrats. The constituencies here, by nation, I guess by ideology to some extent as well. What are those different constituencies that will have to coalesce and make this selection?
Well, you're right. Inevitably, in any organization, there tends to be a division between what one might call reformists and traditionalists. And that happens in the Roman Catholic Church. There are also regional differences. Yet again, there's a strong move this time to elect an Italian pope. At one time, the Italians had a lock on the papacy, but it's many years since they last had a pope. I think 1978 was the last time there was an Italian elected. So, those are two of the ways in which the electors might divide. There's a move to have an African pope, a black African pope. A lot of people think that would be a good idea. Others think that the Far East, Philippines, areas where there's been huge growth in the Catholic Church, it's their turn. So all these factors will play their part.
For more on that, we're joined now by CNN religion contributor, Father Edward Beck. Also with us, Director of Catholic Studies and Aquinas Associate Professor of Theology and Culture at Emory University, Antonio Alonso. Father Beck, first to you. The conclave, break down the process for us and what will happen over the period.
Well, as you know, it's pretty secretive. Most people by now have seen the movie. Streaming is up for the movie. What happens is during this time, the bishops, the cardinals are gathering in what's called general congregation. So they're getting to know one another. Remember, a lot of these cardinals are from countries that had never had cardinals before, so they don't really know each other. So these meetings will have an opportunity for them to get to know one another. They will give speeches, they'll hear one another, there'll be some dialogue, and then they will enter the conclave. And all communication with the outside world will be cut off for them. And the first day of the conclave, they have one round of voting. And it's very kind of primitive in some ways. They have their pen and their paper, and they write, I nominate this person to be Supreme Pontiff. They put a little piece of paper in an urn. They all step up and put it in. Then those votes are counted. 2/3 majority is needed. So we're going to have 135 cardinals voting. That means 90 is the winning vote. So if nobody wins on the first round, the next day there's 2 rounds, and then 2 rounds the next day after that. So it's really a process that is of discernment and prayer and them getting together to get to know each other and talk to each other. And sometimes a very unlikely candidate emerges as a result of these meetings and conversations during these days.
Antonio, to you, It seems very kind of antiseptic. A, B, C. How much does politics influence what happens in that room?
I think what makes the conclave interesting is it's this interesting mix of the spiritual, the transcendent, and the mundane, the messiness of earthly reality. So politics absolutely plays a part in the conclave. But I think one of the most underappreciated things about Pope Francis himself was he was a great politician. He needed to build consensus with people. He knew how to use the media to evangelize through images and words. And so the next Pope is a leader on the world stage and needs to be able to do the same.
Now, let me stay with you. And it's interesting because Father Beck mentioned that sometimes an unlikely Pope comes out of that room. Then Cardinal Bergoglio was not on the list of those who were being considered. He obviously became Pope Francis. But if you look back to the election of Pope Benedict XVI, Cardinal Ratzinger was at the top of the list. So is it clear who is the outlier here? If it's more common for the front runner, the favorite to be elected?
Well, I'm sure you're familiar with the phrase papabile, the electable ones.
Yes.
But there's also the kind of this adage that he who goes into the conclave of Pope comes out a cardinal. It's a way of saying we just don't know what's going to happen. And it's just like you said. I remember watching him out on that balcony when he came out, and I was like, who was that? Yeah. So one never knows what's going to happen. And that's kind of one of the wonderful things. These men spend a lot of time together over these days, and they don't know each other that well, so they need to work together.
Father Beck, let me come to you. And I know it's probably a fool's errand to say or ask, who do you think is going to be the next Pope? But of those who you think are papable, as we're using the word here, who are your cardinals to watch?
Okay, now these are not my personal choices necessarily. I want to make that clear, Victor, but these are names that are spoken of. So let me say something first about Cardinal Tagle. He is Filipino. He was known by a nickname called Chito, and some called him the Asian Francis. He's now 67. He was a candidate last time. He's very much in the mindset of Pope Francis. And really, if people think they don't want to go back to a Western European candidate, that maybe they would move now toward Asia, now that they've had a Pope from South America. So I think Cardinal Tagle will be certainly one to watch. Another one, of course, the present Secretary of State, Cardinal Parolin. If you're going back to an Italian, he seems the likely choice. He again is very much in the mindset of Pope Francis, but he's a quieter person, kind of subdued personality. Some think that perhaps we need someone more charismatic now to follow Pope Francis. But nonetheless, Cardinal Parolin would be a possibility.
Yeah. Let me get a couple from Antonio. Who's on your list?
Yeah, I think I would share those that Father Beck mentioned. The other one I think that's not up on the screen is Cardinal Turkson from Ghana. I think he's an interesting candidate. He was a huge advocate for Pope Francis's work on ecology and the environment. He helped author Laudato Si. But certainly Tagle, people say he's the Asian Francis. But what I think is so interesting is what made Francis Francis, what he's from Latin America. Yeah. And what makes Tagle Tagle is he has that experience in the Philippines, one of the fastest growing regions of Catholicism in Asia. So he would be an interesting candidate.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. And let's see.
They have to have the U.S. market. You've got over 80 countries now, and China being one of them, that are in talks, that are ready to make a deal.
We need to call their hand and slap them to Pluto until they start abiding by fair trading rules. China will ultimately have no choice.
China has been waging a trade war against the United States for decades. Donald Trump is simply trying to fight back on behalf of Americans.
The views from several Republican senators there. New signs that China might be caving in to President Trump's trade war. Beijing is now pulling back its 125% tariffs on some U.S. goods. This as President Trump claims he's spoken with Chinese President Xi many times. China denies it has had any talks with the White House. Let's bring in Gordon Chang. He is a senior fellow at the Gatestone Institute, author of Plan Red, China's Project to Destroy America. Gordon, first of all, why would China say that they haven't had any talks with the United States if, in fact, President Trump is telling the truth?
Because they lie.
I think it's because Xi Jinping has staked his legitimacy on having surpassed the U.S. And so it's very difficult for him to then say, oh, we're bowing to pressure from President Trump and we're going to talk about tariffs and other things. So I think he's boxed himself in. But in general, since he's become China's ruler in late 2012, he has made the political system hostile, where only the most belligerent answers are considered to be acceptable. So he is a very, very thin line which he can walk right now.
Well, President Trump may or may not have to answer the voters in 4 years. I mean, he's thrown out this balloon about running again, but most people, I think, believe he's already a lame duck president. He has to, though, keep members of Congress happy, at the very least. Xi doesn't have to do that, does he? I mean, he is an iron-fisted leader in China. So doesn't he have the ability to be, I don't know, more aggressive than President Trump?
I think that he once did when he was accumulating power from everybody else. But right now, he has near total accountability for what's gone wrong in China. And also, there is a lot of infighting at the top of the Communist Party, especially in the Chinese military, where it seems that his adversaries have now got the upper hand. But also, there's civilian infighting as well. And, yes, Donald Trump has all sorts of election deadlines, like 2 years from now in the midterms. But Xi Jinping has an election every day. And because there are no rules in that system, he can lose power at any day. So I suspect that every morning that he wakes up and he feels his fingers and his toes, I think he's pretty happy.
So China is making allowances for some U.S. products to be imported without tariffs, right? Does that suggest that they are finding that it's not so easy to block U.S. products?
Oh, absolutely. And, it's not just that they're reducing tariffs. For instance, President Trump reduced tariffs on electronic goods coming in from China. What China has done, which we learned from both the Reuters and the Financial Times reporting yesterday, is that there are no tariffs on certain categories of U.S. goods. So, for instance, aviation parts, semiconductors, medical devices, medicines, industrial chemicals, things that China can't get elsewhere. And they're just coming into China tariff-free.
But the Chinese official statistics are that their economy grew 5.5% in the first quarter of this year. It suggests that things are pretty rosy there.
Yeah, 5.4%. But when we're seeing underlying indicators, John, so for instance, price information from February and December, it shows that China is in a deflationary spiral. That's inconsistent with any notion of robust growth. Also, an official Chinese statistic showed that tax receipts declined 5.3% in the first quarter. That is certainly inconsistent with any sort of sense of above 5% growth. So I think the Chinese economy is contracting. And if it's not contracting, John, it's going to be contracting soon because deflation always kills economic growth.
Well, isn't the danger that, if things get worse in China, and they've already got a real estate crisis, among other things, the things that you mentioned, if things get worse, isn't there a danger that they lash out at the outside world, maybe Taiwan, as a way of, relieving the pressure internally?
Oh, absolutely. And in the last 3 weeks, we've seen provocative Chinese military activity directed not only against Taiwan, but also South Korea, Japan, Philippines, and Australia. Just a couple days ago, we learned that the Chinese unfurled the flag at Sandy Key. That is territory of the Philippines. This is an aggressive act, and it shows that China is becoming much more dangerous externally while it's having its problems internally.
So if you were advising the White House, what would you tell the president to do when it comes to the tariff situation?
Well, I think that President Trump needs to show will and determination. So instead of talking about reducing tariffs, I think that we need to start actually imposing some more costs. So, for instance, China's not taking Boeing aircraft deliveries. we flew back 3 737 MAXs from China that were about to be delivered. Well, if I were President Trump, I would say to Boeing, you can no longer provide services or parts to Chinese airlines, because that will ground the Chinese fleet. And I think that will bring the Chinese to heel fairly quickly. But we need to do some things that would be considered unthinkable. This is not the type of normal trade war that people are used to. This is looking like an all-encompassing struggle.
So you advocate tough measures?
Yeah, and when President Trump last week signaled conciliatory moves, the Chinese even got worse. And they were saying, well, no talks until the U.S. removes all tariffs. So our attempts at conciliation were just met with more belligerence on the part of the Chinese. So that can't be good. And that shows that that tactic, although it sounds like it should work, is probably not working.
Gordon Chang, keeping an eye on China for us. Gordon, thank you.
Hey, everyone.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like China will be playing ball after all. After all, they will be playing ball. Looks like. Okay. Iran and this nuclear situation.
Welcome back, America. We're here with our friend General Jack Keane, retired 4-star Army general. That's no small potatoes. Fox News senior strategic analyst. General, it's good to have you here. I have no doubt that you're keeping an eye on public reports on, I guess, what's going on with Iran and our country in terms of negotiations. The best we have are little leaks here and there and so forth. But I want to ask you a few questions. Are we serious if we believe that Iran is undertaking these nuclear activities to increase its domestic energy when it is selling oil to the communist Chinese? Domestic energy. Do you need weapons-grade fissile material for domestic energy?
Iran is going to civil nuclear energy as part of this deal for one reason and one reason only. So they can graduate that program to a nuclear weapons program. That is where they is. What I find absolutely stunning about this, Mark, is the Obama administration, back prior to 2015, when they cut a deal with the Iranians, began on the exact same footing that the Trump administration is. You must dismantle the program. You must give up your enrichment uranium. You must destroy your advanced centrifuges, and you must give up your ballistic missiles. That was the start point. What they wound up with was something quite different. And it appears that we are on the same path. Quite amazing. And that path is, Iran, you can have civil nuclear power with lower yield enriched uranium, something less than 4%, which was in the Obama deal. This is what I'm told is being discussed. And that is supposedly not a nuclear weapons program. Mark, in 2025, this is a distinction that no longer has a difference between civilian nuclear power and Iran's nuclear weapons program. That's the reality of it. Why? Because Iran has advanced centrifuges and a manufacturing capability for them that in a matter of weeks can take this low-level enriched uranium for nuclear power purposes, and I mean in a few weeks, and have it at weapons grade, ready to build and deploy nuclear weapons. That is what we're facing. So to allow them to have, quote, civilian nuclear power, if that is really what's happening, that makes no sense given the reality of where Iran is today.
And where is Iran today? They've basically lost most of their capacity on their ground-to-air missile systems. The Israelis took out most of it. It's a very poor country right now, thanks to President Trump's severe conditions that he's placed on them, as well as the Israelis hitting many of their gas lines. The people there hate the government, absolutely hate it. There is no popular will for that government. Their proxies are all on their backs. The United States, thanks to us, the Houthis are on their backs, thanks to the Israelis, Hamas, and Hezbollah. Nobody ever thought Hezbollah could be defeated. They've been defeated. What do you think is the mindset here? I'm quite concerned because anytime that you at least start talking about this, there's a little group of people in the sort of the peanut gallery that go on about warmongers. I mean, you were a general, a 4-star general. You're not a warmonger, are you? You're concerned about what's going on, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, when President Bush had decided the first week in December, 2 weeks after we toppled the Taliban, to go into Iraq, I was the 4-star in the meeting, not with him, but just among ourselves, and said, why? This doesn't make any sense. We're going after the Al-Qaeda. No. And most generals are not looking for a fight. They're looking to prevent a war. That is kind of where we come from in the United States. We reflect the values of the American people. But what you just read down the list of where Iran is exactly right. I would only add to that, their economy is really in a tank. And it has to do with their currency is out of sight in terms of its evaluation. And also inflation is in double digits, somewhere around close to 30%. So the impact on the people, to include the middle class and even the elites who are all supportive of the regime because they drive around in Mercedes-Benz, they wear designer clothes, jewelry, etc. All of that, the people are opposed to the direction Iran is taking. That is a reality. They are more vulnerable today than they have been in 44 years. So I think we have huge leverage here with them, one with increased sanctions, and two, the threat of an air attack joined by the United States and Israel together. We should not give up that leverage.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
All of this has fallen on the Trump administration. The Russia-Ukraine situation didn't happen from 2016 to 2020, right? Now, Trump has to fix this that happened during the Biden administration. That's just bonkers. And now, of course, Iran talking about nuclear. No, you cannot have nuclear. What? Nuclear weapons? The first things first in their mind is America. As soon as they get that nuclear weapon. That's the first thing. Because what? Hell no. But this is the world we're living in right now. Trump has to perform magic, basically.
The United States continues offering.
There's just so many things for him to do. There's absolutely a lot for him to get done. He has to perform magic, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent of Zelensky IMF and let me see. Give me a moment. All right, I got the right video. All right, so here, Scott outlines key IMF and World Bank reforms in major speech in global trade.
Security guarantees and open markets, then our allies must step up with stronger commitments to shared defense. The initial actions from Europe on increased fiscal and defense spending are proof that the Trump administration's policies are indeed working. The Trump administration and the U.S. Treasury are committed to maintaining and expanding U.S. economic leadership in the world. This is especially true at the international financial institutions. The IMF and World Bank serve critical roles in the international system, and the Trump administration is eager to work with them so long as they can stay true to their missions. And under the status quo, they are falling short. The Bretton Woods institutions must step back from their sprawling and unfocused agendas, which have stifled their ability to deliver on their core mandates. Going forward, the Trump administration will leverage U.S. leadership and influence at these institutions and push them to accomplish their very important mandates. The United States will also demand that the management and staffs of these institutions be accountable for demonstrating real progress. I invite all of you to join us in working to refocus these institutions on their core missions. It is in our collective interest to do so. The IMF. First, we must make the IMF again. The IMF's mission is to promote international monetary cooperation, facilitate the balanced growth of international trade, encourage economic growth, and discourage harmful policies like competitive exchange rate depreciation. These are crucially important functions to support the U.S. and global economies. Instead, the IMF has suffered from mission creep. The IMF was once unwavering in its mission of promoting global monetary cooperation and financial stability. Now it devotes disproportionate time and resources to work on climate change, gender, and social issues. Whoa. These issues are not the IMF's mission. And the IMF's focus in these areas is crowding out its work on critical macroeconomic issues. The IMF must be a brutal truth teller and not just to some members. Today, the IMF has been whistling past the graveyard. Its 2024 external sector report was entitled Imbalances Receding. This Pollyannish outlook is symptomatic of an institution more dedicated to preserving the status quo than answering the hard questions. Here in the United States, we know we need to get our fiscal house in order. The last administration ran up the largest peacetime deficit in our nation's history. The current administration is committed to fixing this. We are open to critique, but we will not abide the IMF failing to critique the countries that most need it, principally surplus countries. In line with its core mandate, the IMF needs to call out countries like China that have pursued globally distorted policies and opaque currency practices for many decades. I also expect the IMF to call out unsustainable lending practices by certain creditor countries. The IMF should push more proactively official bilateral lenders to come to the table early to work with borrower countries to minimize periods of debt distress. The IMF must refocus its lending on addressing balance of payment problems, and its lending should be temporary. When done responsibly, IMF lending is at the very core of its contribution to the global economy. When markets fail, the IMF steps in and makes resources available. In exchange, countries implement economic reforms to resolve their balance of payments issues and support economic growth. The reforms undertaken during these programs are some of the IMF's most important contributions to a strong, sustainable, and balanced global economy. Argentina is a fitting example. I was in Argentina earlier this month to demonstrate the United States support for the IMF efforts to help the country reset financially. Argentina deserves the IMF support because the country is making real progress toward meeting financial benchmarks, but not every country is so deserving. The IMF must hold countries accountable for implementing economic reforms, and sometimes the IMF needs to say no. The organization has no obligation to lend to countries that fail to implement reforms. Economic stability and growth should be the markers of the IMF's success, not how much money the institution lends out. World Bank. Like the IMF, the World Bank must be made fit for purpose again. The World Bank Group helps developing countries grow their economies, reduce poverty, increase private investment support, private sector job creation, and reduce dependence on foreign aid. It offers transparent and affordable long-term financing for countries to invest in their own development priorities. The bank, along with the fund, provides extensive technical support to promote debt sustainability among low-income countries, which empowers those countries to stand up to coercive and opaque lending terms from other creditors. These core functions of the World Bank complement the Trump administration's efforts to foster safer, stronger, and more prosperous economies in the United States and the world. But the bank, like the IMF, has strayed in certain respects from its initial mission. The bank should no longer expect blank checks for vapid, buzzword-centric marketing accompanied by half-hearted commitments to reform. As the bank returns to its core mission, it must use its resources as efficiently and effectively as possible, and it must do so in ways that demonstrate tangible values for all member countries. The bank can use its resources more efficiently now by focusing on increasing energy access. Business leaders the world over identify unreliable power supply as one of the primary impediments to investment. The World Bank and African Development Bank's joint Mission 300 initiative to expand energy access to 300 million more people in Africa is a welcome effort. But the World Bank must respond to countries' energy priorities and needs and focus on dependable technologies that can sustain economic growth rather than seek to meet distortionary climate finance targets. We applaud the recent announcement that the World Bank will seek to remove prohibitions on support for nuclear energy, which could revolutionize energy supply for many emerging markets. We encourage the bank to go further in giving countries access to all technologies that can provide affordable baseload generation. The World Bank must be tech neutral and prioritize affordability in energy investment. In most cases, this means investing in gas and other fossil fuel-based energy production. In other cases, this may mean investing in renewable energy coupled with systems to help manage the intermittency of wind and solar. The history of humanity teaches a simple lesson. Energy abundance sparks economic abundance. That's why the bank should encourage an all-of-the-above approach to energy development. Such an approach will make World Bank financing more effective, and it will reconnect the bank to its core mission of economic growth and poverty alleviation. In addition to increasing energy access, the World Bank can use its resources more effectively by starting to apply its graduation policy. This would allow the bank to focus on lending to poorer, less creditworthy countries. This is where World Bank support makes the biggest difference for poverty and growth. Instead, the World Bank continues to lend every year to countries that have met the criteria to graduate from World Bank borrowing. There is no justification for this continued lending. It siphons off resources from higher priorities and crowds out the development of private markets. It also disincentivizes countries' efforts to move away from dependency on the World Bank and toward job-rich, private sector-led growth. Going forward, the bank must set firm graduation timelines for countries that have long since met the graduation.
That wasn't complete. Oh, this is for remarks.
is serious on less dependence on export long since met the graduation criteria. Treating China, the second largest country in the world, as a developing country is absurd. While it has been at the expense of many Western markets, China's rise has been rapid and impressive. If China wants to play a role in the global economy commensurate with its actual importance, then the country needs to graduate up. We welcome that. The World Bank should also implement transparent procurement policies based on best value. It must help countries move away from procurement approaches that prioritize only the lowest cost bids. Such procurement policies reward distortive and subsidized industrial policies that undermine development. They may also stifle the private sector and incentivize corruption and collusion and result in greater long-term cost. Procurement policies based on best value are better from both an efficiency and development perspective, and their robust implementation will benefit the bank and its shareholders. Related to this subject, I wish to send a strong, and I emphasize strong, message about procurement policies as regards Ukraine. No one who financed or supplied the Russian war machine will be eligible for funds earmarked for Ukraine's reconstruction. No one. To conclude, I invite our allies to work with us as we rebalance the international financial system, refocus the IMF and World Bank on their founding charters. America First means we are doubling down on our engagement with the international economic system, including at the IMF and the World Bank. A more sustainable economic system will be one that better serves the interests of the United States and all the other participants in the system. We look forward to working with all of you in this endeavor. Thank you.
Shout out to the Treasury Secretary. Oh, we had another one right here.
Today, I'm going to point out you have many great lines in this very meaty, comprehensive set of remarks, but you say, I wish to be clear, America First does not mean America alone. To the contrary, far from stepping back, you seek to expand U.S. leadership in international institutions like the IMF and World Bank. I must say there's a collective sigh of relief across this town right now, because the concern coming into this week is that you were going to do exactly what you said you're not going to do, which is the U.S. would withdraw, but you want to lead. What you're asking for is simply getting back to factory settings, right? Focused approach, and deal with the issues that you see are most paramount, correct?
Correct. As I said in my confirmation hearings, I think U.S. engagement with the international financial and multilateral institutions, we should engage and we should be in it to win it for the American people and for the rest of the countries and for the client countries.
20 years ago, a senior U.S. Treasury official gave a speech very similar to this, calling on the IMF and said the IMF was asleep at the wheel and dealing with imbalances. Hank Paulson started the Strategic Economic Dialogue with the Chinese. Every Treasury Secretary since then have had an approach. So how will you do this differently, and how do you think that you'll proceed in this approach? What is your philosophy? What is your tools, and how will you execute on this?
Well, look, I think that our moves toward reordering the financial or trading system is a start. I think that today, as I reaffirm our engagement, but set up a list of core principles and back to basics for the institutions. And again, being from the private sector, we want to see results. And we want to see timelines that, as you and I were talking about backstage, global rebalancing has been a topic for more than 20 years.
Long time.
And it's some countries may have a 100-year perspective. We don't.
Right. China obviously is an important part of this administration's foreign and economic policy. You'll be meeting with your Chinese counterparts. What will you tell them in the sense of how they obviously are aware that there's huge imbalances, their manufacturing capacity is enormous, especially in things like automobiles. How will you help them understand that it's not just about talking, it's about executing?
Well, look, I don't think I have to help them understand. I think they understand very well. And it's just a matter of impetus and will. So I believe I first went to Japan in 1990, 91, within 12 months of the peak of the bubble. A decade of that unwind, a decade of malaise. And then in 2012, I ran across a fellow, 2011, he was running for prime minister named Shinzo Abe, and he knew that Japan needed change and implemented it very quickly. 10 years later, more than 10 years later, Japan has had a remarkable economic run, and I think that our Chinese counterparts that will come to this realization. And if some of our policies, sometimes it takes an external push. Right. Alternatively, what I have said previously, there is an opportunity for a big deal here, that the U.S. is looking to rebalance to more manufacturing. The identity of that would be less consumption. If China is serious on less dependence on export-led manufacturing growth and a rebalancing toward a domestic economy. I think they use the term dual circulation. Right. Well, right now it's really singular circulation. And if they want to rebalance, let's do it together. This is an incredible opportunity. And I think if Bridgewater founder Ray Dalio were to write something, he could call it a beautiful rebalancing.
Indeed. But a big part of that will also be our own fiscal imbalance. And as you mentioned, we're running deficit 6% of GDP at the top of the cycle. Not sustainable, as you yourself have pointed out. How important is it to also address our fiscal imbalance as part of this larger rebalancing?
Well, it's very important that I think most people in this room are trained economists, and everyone knows that a trade deficit emanates from three things. External trade policies, which we are intent on addressing, and the external trade policies can be tariffs, non-tariff barriers, currency manipulation, and the state subsidy of labor and means of production. Mm-hmm. So terms of trade or trade regulation is one. Two is our budget deficit. So the larger our deficit, the more it creates a demand suck, also pushes up the interest rates. And then three, the level of the dollar. The U.S., we continue to have a strong dollar policy, and the dollar will adjust based on markets. Everyone asks me, well, what does a strong dollar mean? And to me, the strong dollar means having the policies in place to the deserved capital flows and have confidence. But it doesn't mean that the price on the Bloomberg screen every day. And it also has different meanings in terms of bilateral the prices. So it's really three-pronged. But Tim, to your question, I have talked about we did not get here quickly with this spending. The U.S. does not have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. And I have suggested when I first met President Trump to talk about joining his campaign 2 years ago that we need to get back to a long-term sustainable budget deficit of something with a 3 in front of it, which works. We have 2% nominal growth. or 2% inflation, projected 1.8% growth, which I think could be much higher if we implement our economic policies.
You reaffirmed the strong dollar policy first articulated by Bob Rubin. Valerie Giscard d'Estaing in the 1960s talked about the U.S. exorbitant privilege of the dollar. There are some in this town who question that privilege and actually see it as a burden. Do you see it as a privilege?
That the U.S. sits at the center of the global economy is enabled by the use of dollars, and that it's natural that the usage would come down over time. And I think that the U.S. will always, for my lifetime, be the reserve currency. I actually am not sure that anyone else wants it. I can't remember, one of the European officials said today, maybe it was Mr. de Guindos, I can't remember, said, oh, well, the euro could become a second reserve currency. Well, we've just had a substantial appreciation in the euro. For export economies, it's a lot of pressure. And look, I think that the reaffirming our belief in these international institutions is also part of that.
You mentioned the euro. You mentioned in your comments Mario Draghi's report from last year. There was the letter report. Before that, I've been spending a lot of time in Europe. There does seem to be a much more buoyant atmosphere in Europe. They see this as an opportunity for them. I said something about a possible renaissance. I was heckled a bit, but I actually am pretty positive on Europe. Do you think this is an opportunity to shift some of that demand? The world has relied on U.S. final demand to shift some of that demand for Europe. Is this a positive time for Europe?
Look, I think it can be. And it wasn't in a straight line. It wasn't always the way a trained diplomat would have done. But I think we should all congratulate President Trump. He has done what a succession of European leaders have tried to do for the past 26 years, since the advent of the euro, that whether it's the French, the Italians, other European countries have tried to get Germany to increase their fiscal spend and drive the European economy. And that I applaud these nascent efforts, because it's a combination. It's a combination of economic stimulus, and it is a combination of burden sharing on the European continent for defense. And as I've said many times before, economic security is national security is economic security. So if this European plan works, that I applaud it. I had a private meeting with the Spanish finance minister last week, 2 weeks ago, and he said, you're going to be pleasantly surprised with where we go on military spending, and that this 2% number today, he was right.
Yeah. So you're already taking on these tasks. You have China, more consumption, less investment, deal with their manufacturing excess capacity. Europe is a great opportunity. The U.S. rebalancing here, including on fiscal. So what do you want the IMF to do? What would you like to hear from Kristalina over the next couple of days, or the board, in the new direction, again, back to factory settings direction? What do you want to hear from them?
Well, again, I think it's just been mission creep.
Yeah.
And just occasionally you have to trim your garden when the weeds grow. And I think that it's back to basics. What are our priorities, and how are we going to judge success?
And the World Bank, you discussed about graduating the medium-sized countries that should have graduated some time ago. That changes the commercial model of the World Bank, but obviously you think that's important, that they need to be graduated.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's just, as President Trump says, it's common sense that you can't have the second largest economy in the world. And it's as I said in my speech, I applaud their rapid growth, but you don't get both. I have a teenager who sometimes wants to be treated like a child, sometimes wants to be treated like an adult. And
I got one of those too.
Yeah. And it's an adult economy.
You mentioned energy, specifically nuclear, during the campaign, and since you've become secretary, you've talked about energy production is one of your important legs. The U.S. produces about 13 million barrels of oil a day, the largest producer in the world. What more do we need to do here, and how can the World Bank, what do they need to do more to encourage fossil fuels as well as nuclear, and I assume all the above?
Yeah, look, the sine qua non for economic growth is energy abundance. And we need to drive the right combination of the crawl, walk, run for these countries in terms of sustainable production. But by sustainable, I mean robust and baseload, not what I would call almost a luxury belief that we have in the West. Like they are worried about pumping water. They are worried about heating their homes, running their hospitals. And we've seen that the intermittency doesn't work. Even kind of in middle developed countries, maybe like South Africa, that seems to have rolling blackouts. Right. So that's not a model. We want to have a model of strong baseload and then bolting on the alternative production, as opposed to beginning with alternative production and then having this latency or intermittency that makes it impossible to industrialize.
In the final minute or two, let me just turn to financial intermediation. There's a famous adage that capitalism without capital is just another ism. The institutions you see here are important intermediaries, both in the capital markets and in other forms of financial intermediation. What is your vision, especially for the U.S., in terms of financial regulation? What do you want the industry to look like? Obviously, the capital markets of the U.S. is the crown jewel of this economy. How should we encourage that not only here, but abroad?
Well, I think that I've been getting a lot of questions on private credit, and I think that private credit is an interesting addition to the U.S. mosaic, and it is the depth and breadth of our capital and credit markets that powers the U.S. economy, and it's the innovation there. I think that private credit's a very new and interesting part, but it is happening outside of the regulated ecosystem. Right. And I always like to say, I'm not an economist, I'm an economic historian, and I think that is a distortion of the system, and it tells me that the post-2008 regulatory corset is too tight on the regulated institutions, and we want to deregulate them or make them more able to provide the opportunity to lend to the American economy and perhaps into the international economy in a smart, safe, and sound way. As we've seen, the history of financial crises is a overreaction on one side, and I think that we had a regulatory overreaction. I convened something in the U.S. called FSOC, the Financial Stability Oversight Council, which convenes the regulators, and I think through partnership with the three U.S. banking regulators, Federal Reserve, Controller of the Currency, and the FDIC, we can come up with a system that makes the regulated financial system prosper again. And what the U.S. has that is different than most other G7 countries is just the number of financial institutions. We don't have 5 big banks, 3 big banks. And in the U.S., the community and small banks, which are provide 70% of agricultural lending, 40% of small business lending, 40% of real estate lending. And in the U.S., we've had this incredible boom on Wall Street. I think Wall Street can continue doing well. But I think it's Main Street's turn to share in the prosperity. And I think it was the pullback by the small banks They opposed the GFC that's kind of created this stagnation on Main Street, and we're determined to fix that.
Mr. Secretary, I always say Treasury is the sober voice of reason. What we've heard today from you is a sober voice of reason. We wish you all the best. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Treasury Secretary.
Thank you for being here. God bless you. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. Believe in God. All right. Thank you to the veterans. Thank you to anybody serving in the military. You protect the homeland. God bless you. Thank you so much. And with that being said, we have come to the end of the live stream. God bless you, C. Shelley, and everybody tuned in. God bless you. Who else? Yes. God bless y'all. All right. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, and also join us here because we go live here. All right. So God bless you guys. Thank you so much. See you soon. Oh.